Hope you all had a wonderful night's sleep. Today is Saturday, June 14th, the day after Friday the 13th, 2025. Um, and then I realized last night, I realized this morning that I did not pay attention to the Indiana Pacers game in the NBA because my daughter, she actually asked me if I was watching the NBA Finals, and my relationship with my daughter, it's a fine relationship, but she's older, right? She's adult, a woman. She has her own life, her own problems, her own things, And the older you get, I think if you were to chart out kind of um, how much children want to interact with their parents, right? It's kind of like this, down here you would have age, and then on the Y scale uh, would basically be how much you want slash need to interact with your parents. And of course, as a baby, it's maxed out, and then it starts to go down, and then it gets down really quickly, right? Like kind of as you hit like teenage years, you want nothing to do with them, and then really, I would say probably around 20, kind of like when you move out of the house, it kind of plateaus for a little bit. And then something starts to happen. So let's put this, I mean, I would say like right around here would be 30, right? This would be the age of 30. And then if you're lucky enough to still have your parents in your 40s, I would say right around your mid 40s, you kind of start to realize that, like, oh, your parents, they definitely are, they're definitely mortal, and then it kind of gets back and kind of goes like that. And so, like, personally, like, I'm kind of about like right here with my mother, right? And then, I'm definitely, um with my mother and my father, I'm definitely wanting to spend more time and kind of, appreciate them a little bit more. And then but my daughter, she's over here. My daughter's over here, right? So her desire to actually interact with her parents is, or at least this parent of hers, is not very high, you know. And then, but I guess I have to wait until she gets probably about right here, which is about 45 years old. And now, of course, this chart is going to be adjusted depending on your age, your parents' age, how old your parents were when you were born, and all these things play a factor into it. But but anyway, the whole point of this was that my daughter had messaged me about she said, "Are you watching the NBA finals?" And I said, "I did not even know that the NBA finals were on." And so she was watching, I said, who should I root for? And she mentioned the Indiana Pacers, and it looks like the Indiana Pacers, oh, game 4 series tied 2-2. So it's best of best of 7. Isn't that how they do it in the NBA? So the next games, so we're tied. It sounds like it would be a good series. Last night it looks like they lost, but I completely forgot that there was a game last night. When do they play again? That's what I need to figure out. Fundy BG says sup. Hey, Fundy GBG. Fundy BG, thanks for joining on this Saturday morning. When is the next game? Anyways, it goes right here, goes right there. NBA Finals. You would think, okay, why am I finding this difficult to read? Okay, here we go. Pacers. So game 5 is on Monday evening at 8:30 in the middle of my stream. So what I gotta set, I literally set myself a reminder, right? I literally set myself like a reminder. I told you guys to remind me, but you guys forgot. How dare you? I will actually add something to my calendar. Let me see. All right. All right. like I said in the description, this is going to be a very like low key. This is not going to be like my normal threads. And actually, let me check. I got to check my email. So I run this message board, and the guys on the message board, they've been wanting me to uh, change something on the message board. And I was like, well, yeah, I'll kind of get to it when I get to it, kind of a thing. And I was like, well, if you want me to get to it a little sooner, then you can send me some money. Because so on my message board, I have this thing they're called premium accounts. So so I said, well, if I get two people to sign up for a premium account in the next 30 days, I'll make this change that they've been asking for. And then one person just signed up for a premium account. And if you would like to sign up for a premium account at my message board, go to anothermessageboard.com, register, and yeah, and then I think registration's open right now. But it's you know you got to understand message boards at this point, they're just basically a bunch of like 40 or 50-year-old men who just kind of talk shit. That's basically, it's just kind of all it is. That's all my message board is. I have to verify that I need to verify that they only sent one. So how am I going to remember that the Pacers are playing on Monday? That's a good question. All right, let me do this. So like I said, this is going to be a very, very low-key stream. Not a lot happening. Oh, that mother effer. That mother effer. He paid twice. That means I got to do it. It means I got to do it. It means I've got to do it. I'm doing this all off screen. If you watch my stream at all, you know that I have my good boy browser and my naughty boy browser. And obviously, the good boy browser is what I keep on stream because it's my good boy browser. The naughty boy browser, it's not that, there's just massive amounts of corn on there or anything like that. It's not that. I mean, there's some, but it's my naughty boy browser. I need to be able to I need a little privacy, Geez Louise. But I can't believe he did this. God damn you. God damn it. All right, so I have to remember to do this. I'm going to set myself a timer. Okay, let me do another timer here. I'm going to give myself. So I have a month to complete this task. That was the deal. So I'm going to give myself a 2 weeks. Oh, and then I just realized something. I can actually do. Give me 1 minute. And we're going to do a little programming, a little talking, a little chilling out. Post thread in NBA Finals. Anyone watching? Is anybody in the chat? Anybody in the chat watching the NBA Finals? But we'll see. Vagrant, first time viewer here. What programming paradigm do you prefer in making games in Unity, C Sharp, and how much does it matter? So I am by trade, as people say. Wait, let me do this so I don't forget. I need to do this. Let's see. Hours. Okay. Monday would be 48 hours now, but then add another 10. So let's say 58 hours. Is that going to do it? What's today? 15, 16. Okay, yeah, that's good. So I am not a game programmer. I have been a programmer, a professional programmer since I'm old. So I've been a professional programmer since the years started with a one. And then I still today, I mean, today I don't do as much programming as I used to. Now I'm mostly lead and mentor and lead junior programmers. That's kind of what I'm at. That's kind of the progression of things. I do a lot of architecture. I mean, I'm the chief architect at my company, but that involves. I always say I used to program, but now I program programmers. So for writing games, I've written a couple of games in my time. I used SFML, which is a C++ library, because that is the language I mostly work in. Like in my day job, it's C++. So I've written a couple games in C++, and I have written games in C Sharp before as well, but this was a long time ago using Zena, I think it was, Microsoft Zena. So there was this is a C Sharp, but basically it's a C, it's not necessarily a game engine, it's just a C Sharp library that helps you write games. So this game that I've been working on for a little while, but I've mostly been working on it um, in on stream. Let me just clean up some things here. So I've mostly been working on it in stream, and I've been using Unity C Sharp. And the reason I have been using Unity C Sharp is because of um, its ease of use, kind of. I mean, you got to get in there. You really got to understand it to make it bit. But the experience I have, I think it makes it easier to use and kind of get in there and be productive. And plus, I've worked in C Sharp years ago, so I'm rusty. I'm rusty on C Sharp, but I'm very familiar with C Sharp. Um, I don't know. I tried using the Epic engine. I tried the Unreal engine. I'm sorry, the Unreal engine, and like I get it. Like I understand why the engine would be so heavy, and why the engine would take a long time to load and just eat up all kinds of resources. Blah blah blah. But and you can use C++ in that, right? Which is kind of why I wanted to look at it. But then it didn't run really well on my computer, and this computer is pretty beefy. Like so it doesn't have the fastest CPU, but it's got 192 gigs of RAM, so there should be no swapping issues. It has a decent CPU and plenty of hard drive space, but the Unreal Engine just it was so I do development here because I was thinking also long term. I do development on this computer on Windows. Obviously, this is Windows, but all my laptops are Macs. And so this game I've been working on Windows and I've been working on Mac. And so I wanted something that was going to be able to kind of easily kind of go back and forth between Windows and Mac. And Unreal, I don't know. I don't know how Unreal would run on my Mac, and frankly, I don't want to know. Like I don't even. So and then there's Godot, which I think is another very popular engine, and but I haven't used Godot, so I don't know a lot about that. But Unity, if you want to like start writing games, like people come into the chat and they ask this all the time, like, how do I start writing games? What do I do? You just start writing games. Just do it. Just like, I mean, now with AI, it's even easier these days. But just like write Pong, like like my computer is making a noise like there's something inside of it scratching. Wait, what is going on? It's like there's a literal mouse living inside of my computer. That's weird. But yeah, like I said, just do it. Just do it. Start simple. Write Pong. Or even more simple, write a two-player tic-tac-toe game. Right. And the reason that that's more simple is that doesn't like if it's two-player, that does not require the computer to think. So you don't have to write some like AI. And I use the term AI liberally because, but it is AI. It is an art of like very simple. It's not, obviously you're not, you could train a model and import the model in and do, yeah, you could do all of that. Or you could just write a very simple tic-tac-toe game that just, you push this square, it draws an X. You push a square down here, it draws a 0. And then you connect 3 in a row, and then it draws a line through them and says X is the winner or O is the winner. Do that. Start that. And then, if you want to learn to program, write a tic-tac-toe game. And then even the tic-tac-toe game, you a lot of programming is just breaking the problem down into steps, into individual accomplishable steps. That's the real struggle. That's what most new programmers struggle with, is being able to take a problem and break it down into smaller steps. And you don't necessarily have to see all the steps when you start out. Like I certainly don't, but it helps to have like the first two or three, right? So you know the first one you're going to work on, and then you need to know the next one you're going to work on. And it would help to know the one after that you're going to work on, but you don't necessarily need to. You just need to know the step you work. You just need to know where to start and the thing you're going to do next. And then when you finish that first step and you move on to your second step, make sure you know the third step. Know where you're kind of going in things. So you want to learn to program, you want to learn to write games, write a game. And do not feel discouraged because people might say, well, a tic-tac-toe game that's been done a million times. Yeah, it has. So what? Write your own. Maybe you could put a little twist on it, right? Even if when you draw all three lines, there's an explosion, but you can do that after. You draw an explosion, and then the board spins, and it says you're the winner, and it plays some sound. Put your own spin on it. There's nothing wrong with writing something that's been done a lot, because if you want to write the next Grand Theft Auto or the next Schedule 1, you want to be the next guy who's going to make tens of millions of dollars off a game. I promise you that the guy who wrote Schedule 1, I promise you that's not his first game. I promise you that's not his first game. So that's my advice. Just fucking do it. Stop making excuses. Just do it. So let's see. Are we compilable right now? I've been mucking with this game and I'm not sure it's compilable. Let's see. Oh, I think we need to get some music in the background. Again, I said this is going to be a very casual stream. So, but do you guys got plans this weekend? What are you guys up to this weekend? Let's see. Me, I have to clean my bathroom. Wait a minute. Da, da, da. Okay. Sorry. Just reading the terms and conditions of what it was that I am now committed to doing. Oh, God dang it. God dang it. I should have upped my price. What? Oh, okay. I almost had a heart attack. So I am leaving the country on Thursday. So I've been ordering a few things from Amazon. And I saw a message saying the delivery estimate has been pushed back. And I'm like, what? What the hell is that? I'm thinking like, oh my God, is this something I need for my trip? And no, it's cat food. The cat food's coming a little later. The word of the day in Spanish is charlar, which means to chat. So I can delete that one. I already know that one. I'm just going through. Isn't this exciting? I'm going through my email.
This all.
Oh, so I saw this short last night, and I was like, it would be really cool to like have a game like with this kind of theme. So what is that game? There was a game I remember playing on an Xbox, and you're just a little boy and you wake up. It's all black and white and it's a side scroller, and you kind of have to solve these puzzles, and if you fail the puzzles, you die. It kills you. I don't remember what the name of the game was, and they recently came out with a sequel. But this reminded me of that.
Artist paints surreal worlds. Small White Monster is the artist working under anonymity, crafting a world shaped by dreamscapes, paintings that feel like deja vu from a dream you can't quite place. Let's take a look at 3 of their works. In this piece, we're pulled into
I mean,
a
these
surreal
works are
twilight,
really
a
interesting,
scene
I
lit
think.
only by the pink glow of a motel sign, the soft hues on the horizon, and a flickering street lamp casting light on the painting's strange
I mean,
subjects.
that's a.
In another piece,
I don't know a lot about art. Like to quote Mr. Burns from The Simpsons, I don't know a lot about art, but I know what I hate. I like these pieces.
sky reaching ears smokes calmly, perched on a lily pad with an ashtray at its feet. There are no clear rules here, no strict narrative, just a deeply cohesive visual language stretched.
Limbo, Vagrant, yeah, Vagrant. That's the name of the game, Limbo. And then they did a sequel, right? Or okay, yeah, Inside is the sequel. Yeah, or is in yeah, Inside of 2006. No, I love the look and feel of those games. Well, I never played Inside, but the look and feel of Limbo I loved. And this kind of reminded me a little bit of the same look and feel. And this is kind of the look and feel that I would love to accomplish for my game, but I'm not an artist. So I'm eventually, I'm really bad at projects, personal projects. I'm really bad at them because I will get when you start off with a project in programming, you're like, oh, it would be really cool to have something that did X, Y, and Z. But X, Y, and Z is not necessarily a product, right? And yeah, you get it to do X, Y, and Z, but now you have to add the menu system and the interface, and you got to make sure there's all these additional things. But all you got excited about was X, Y, Z, and like it literally the last 10 to 20% of a project is the hardest part of the project. Not that it's difficult to program, but it's difficult to just stay motivated and finish it. And that's one thing that actually, because I've been streaming now for a few months, and that is one thing that streaming has really helped me with personally, is being able to stay focused on a single project and like do more in the like I probably would have abandoned this game that I'm writing but I like to say that we are writing. I would have abandoned this game months ago and moved on to another project, but the stream is helping me stay focused. Vagrant says this look in a game would be awesome. Yeah, I think it would be too.
Something between nostalgia, unease, and childlike wonder. But
it's very like Nightmare Before Christmas-ish, kind of.
Strange teeth, shadowy silhouettes, eerie stillness against mysterious backdrops. And yet somehow, in all the strangeness, a sense of familiarity begins to build. I handpick 10 artworks every Sunday to bring a curated art show straight to your inbox. Find it on my profile. This artist paints surreal worlds.
This is definitely the type of artwork. Who is this artist? Let me see if I can figure that out. So if you go to YouTube, now I don't know if you guys knew, some of you guys probably knew this, but if you go to YouTube and if you just go to a video,
a man claiming to be,
and then you take that last little bit and you put the bit of the short in there. Now you'll have the short, but you'll have it in the regular YouTube interface. And then I just want to look at they didn't put anything in the descriptions. Oh, is it Small White Monster? Is that the name of the? Let's see. Yeah. This is nice. Oh, it's prints. I want originals. Like if I'm going to hang an artwork, that's expensive. I love them, but the mood that these set, like I love this mood. I mean that's the best way to describe it. But you guys get what I'm talking about. Like I love the mood of this artist. I would love to have a similar mood in my game. But that's where like I'm not an artist, I'm a programmer, and and I understand that I think programming is an art, so maybe I should say I'm an art programmer. I'm an artist and my medium is programming, I would need an artist whose medium is visual effects in order to accomplish this kind of look in my game. But yeah, no, there's some nice stuff here. I'm gonna follow this person on Instagram. Okay, 248,000 followers. That's respectable. Then they're in the UK. Yeah, no, I saw that last night. And I was like, I do this because I will scroll through. I'll scroll through YouTube Shorts as I'm in bed trying to fall asleep. And scrolling through YouTube Shorts really helps with falling asleep. But every now and then I'll see a short and I'm like, I don't want to lose this. I want to make sure. Oh, see, this is my naughty boy browser. I'm gonna close that again. But I'm like, I don't want to lose this. I want to make sure. And so what I do is I email myself the link, and that's how I make sure. And then I can go ahead and yeah, I know what you're thinking. Like, well, why don't you just use bookmarks? I'm like, no. I got to do it. I got to be difficult about it. Okay, let me find some music. I want to find some background music, something. A lot of news. I guess we just go with Dark Monkey. I'm not feeling Dark Monkey music right now. All right. So, in case this is your first time here, or in case you haven't been here in a while, I'll show you the mechanics that we have built so far in the game, where you can pick up objects. And so what we were working on last night. This guy is a friendly NPC. This guy is supposed to be a friendly, but you can kill him too. What I wanted to work on last night is, obviously, if I shoot an NPC, the NPC should react, whether it's to run away or whether it's to attack me. Whatever the case is, it should react. And as you can see right now, he just doesn't react, and then you can just kill him. And there should be a guy coming around the corner. But so what we need to do is, where's the other guy? There he is. Now this guy, he'll start attacking me if he sees me. Don't make me a liar. Okay, yeah, he's attacking. He'll chase me and attack. And then anyway, we've got some simple mechanics, but we have a good system in place. Okay. But what I was working on is I need a way. I need some commonality. I need almost like a base class. I need like the player and the NPCs to kind of have the same base class. And I started accomplishing that a little while back with this I has health interface. And this base NPC class implements the I has health interface. And then there is also a player stats class, which also implements the I has health. These might actually be good enough. What I could do, let's see. So the things I need to get are, if I shoot the NPC needs to attack me. And in order for the NPC to attack me, it needs a transform, I believe. So if I look at the enemy attack state, NPC target. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, no. So does it? Where does it? Okay, so if you go from. Wait, I'm missing something. Oh, no. Yeah. Okay. To pursue. Okay, and then this not NPC. All right. So what happens is we have our idle state. We have the idle state where the guys are just sitting there looking back and forth. And then we have the patrol state where the guys are like, we define a path and the NPCs they go along the path. Then if they see you, they will pursue. And that's what this enemy pursue state is. Right. This transform target right here, what this is this is defining because this is a pursue state, meaning they're chasing you. Here, it's defined as a target. I'm sorry, it's defined as a transform. I think what we need. I was kind of using the transform as kind of like Jimmy. I was Jimmy rigging something into place for the enemy to pursue and ultimately for the enemy to attack. I think instead of a transform is what we need. What we need is a concept of an entity. I already used the word entity somewhere. Yeah, entity profile. So this is a little bit different. Maybe another word for entity. Trench says, damn, that's some wild art. Yeah, that was good stuff. Like that is some wild art. I love that style. That kind of cartoony but dark. Like, it's good style. Oh, I need to close my Naughty Boy browser. There it goes. Okay, are you borrowing assets or did you make those yourself? I am using, so far, I have been using nothing but free assets off of Unity Asset Store. So my goals with this game, which I should probably lay out like on the README, because people ask questions like that and, who wants to repeat themselves. But my goals with this game is to release it, like that, put it up on Steam at some point and see what happens. But the game itself, the premise, again, this is all in the README, but I'll talk about it anyway because it's Saturday morning. Why not? You play. The story is still evolving, but basically, you're a father on this island, and the island has been invaded / besieged / controlled by this enemy army. And you have a family, right? So this green guy, I've been calling him Green Guy, but you can see on the screen it says press E to interact with the sun. Not the sun up in the sky, but like sun as in like son and daughter. And so this mechanic, which I was kind of proud of, so here, if you press the comma, these mechanics will probably change. What you can do with this is you can define a point, right? And this is to illustrate where we're going with the game. So I put this here, and now I give that point a name. Point 1. I'm just giving it any name, okay? Oh, that's not... Why isn't it... It should be... Oh, there's a slight bug, but okay, we're going to call this one point 2. Okay. So now with this green guy, who is my son, I can tell him... So you see with interacting... Oh, there's a bug. There's a bug. This game is still way in development, so there's a lot of bugs. But let me show you. But the point is you can control. So the story is you're a father and you're trying to get your family to safety, right? But you're trapped on this island that is basically not being invaded, because in the story you think of it, it's like it has been invaded, and maybe the invaders, they've been kind of controlling the island for a couple of days. So to illustrate one of the mechanics that we built was, let's see, point 1. So I'm going to confirm, and now I can tell the NPC that right now I can tell him to do a few things. I can tell him stay, which is what he's already doing. He'll stay. I can tell him to follow me, and there's a weird that's just a, why aren't you following me, dude? Follow me. Okay, he's slow, right? But now I can tell him to stay again, so he's not going to follow me. And then the mechanic, I can tell him go to. So we defined that point up there, right? So I can tell him go to point 1, confirm, and he'll go to it. But then the guards will see him, and they'll start attacking him. And of course, he doesn't do anything yet, right? And so you can see his health going down. Boom, he dies. The guards go back to guarding. That's all. But that go-to mechanic shows part of what the... Oh, shit, he saw me. Motherfucker. No, stop. I'm going to get that gun. I'm going to kill you. No. God damn it. I'm trying to show the game. Oh God, he didn't see me. Okay. But what I want it to be is there will be other mechanics, right? Where you can have the NPCs that are on your side. You can have them do certain things. You can have them go to a place. You can have them, but I want to be able to be like, oh shit, something else killed me. But I want it to be like, you can say, go to the place, wait for me to give the signal, and then start attacking that guy. Like where you can build these kind of complex interactions, and there will be multiple NPCs on your side, right? That, because again, you're like the story is that you're a father and you're on this island and you'll have your wife and your 2 kids, and I want there to be like a father-in-law character, like an older man. But and then of course you'll be able to save them. And you can win the game by getting to safety, but there will be different levels. Like if one of the people if one of the NPCs on your side dies and you're unable to save them, then that's going to be a worse victory than if you save everybody in the family. So, but you're going to have to use these kind of almost I want it to feel kind of like a visual programming language, where you can tell the green guy, go here, wait 5 minutes, and then go there. Or, go over here. Or if so-and-so starts attacking, or if you start getting attacked, go to this spot and I'll meet you there. That kind of thing. So I want there to be some like interesting mechanics. Trench says, I think it's a great idea for a game. Thank you. I was asking AI, there are a couple of games that do things similar, but the trick is, and Trench, I don't know if you're a programmer, but the trick here is because as a programmer, like I would be happy if the game kind of like supported like a little scripting language, so I could go into Visual Studio Code, write a script, put it into the game, and kind of see what happens. Almost like building a game. But like I would be cool with, like, that sounds like a fun game to me. Like, oh, okay, I can like actually type on a keyboard, like, wait here 5 minutes, go there, then attack. Like, that sounds cool. But I don't think a lot of people are going to be into that. Like, people don't want to play video games and then wait, I have to load up a text editor. Why? Like, that's going to be the reaction. So it's going to have to be visual. You're going to have to be able to like kind of draw it out. And there are things like visual programming languages. Actually, let's look at a couple. And Trench, if anybody else that's here is for the first time, be sure to click and subscribe. Click the notification bell. I normally stream every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time in the U.S. So I don't know what that is where you're at, but that's usually when I'm on. And then on the weekends, it's more just kind of spur of the moment streaming on the weekends. That's what this stream was. I was like, you know what? I don't have any plans. It's raining outside. I am throw up a stream. Let me see. So I don't know a lot about visual programming languages, but a visual programming language is kind of what I'm leaning towards, but I don't know how they work. I guess let's see. Introduction into visual programming languages. Trench says, I'd consider myself a beginner programmer, but I'm getting close to finishing my first game, a Flappy Bird clone. Awesome. That is awesome. That's awesome. Be sure to come back, share it when you're done. Like that's awesome. And also code reviews help. That's something that I've done a couple times on the stream. Like if you ever want a code review, come on the stream. We'll do a code review on the stream. And if that makes you feel a little nervous about like reviewing your code on the stream, don't. Like, literally don't. I write shit code. I've been programming like 40 years, okay? And I still write shit code. Look at this project behind, like, if you look at this project, shit code, right? So don't. If I know a lot of people, get self-conscious about code reviews. I love code reviews. I think code reviews are good. Now, you have to have a quality. the person who's doing the code review needs to know what they're talking about for the code review to be good. But if you get somebody smart and experienced and has reasonable and fair feedback, and somebody who just doesn't want to like tear you apart, just somebody who's not picky, well, I'm picky. I was going to give an example, but then I was trying to think of an example. And the only example I could think of is something I could see myself doing. Like if I do a code review, I primarily work in C++. So if I see something like if, do something else. So if I saw that in code, I'm going over and I'm slapping the programmer. Not because I misspelled do something else. That's just, no. I hate open bracket on the same line as an if statement. I detest that. Even worse, void do something. Open bracket like this and then, do something. I cannot stand that. But the main thing there is that's like, if you have a program like the code, one of the code bases that I'm responsible for, one of the C++ code bases I'm responsible for, if you're a programmer and you come into it and you do something like this, that's kind of a signal, because you're reading the code, right? Obviously, a programmer who's working on a code base is not going to just start writing code without looking at the code that's around it. It makes me nervous if I see a new programmer, because everything in our code base is like this. It's all formatted with open bracket on a new line. So if I see a new programmer make a commit with an open bracket on the same line, that tells me that that tells me that they either did not take note of the style, which concerns me because it's like, well, it's right there. Didn't you see it? So it tells me that, or it tells me two, they don't care, which is probably worse. So Trent says, I feel like shit code is almost universal. Absolutely. I'm down with sharing it. I also have functional prototype build. It's all on my GitHub, so let me know. Dude, if you want to do it, like paste it. Like come here on a Monday or a Wednesday or a Friday, and because there's a couple of guys that are here pretty regularly. We'll review it together. Now I right click and click format. I will do that too. It looks cleaner being on separate lines. 100% agree. And like that's another thing that I tell a lot of junior programmers is like code is written once, but it's read many times. So optimize for reading. Obviously, you got to optimize for runtime performance, obviously, but you should also be thinking about optimizing for reading. That's why like this kind of crap, like var x equals like that, like var x equals x function. Like if you're naming your functions x or a variable x, like no, unless you're talking about a coordinate, right? Unless you're like in a grid or something like that. But if it's like no. I'll add a blank line between methods as well. Absolutely. Yeah. Like this right here on the right hand side. Rhombus says, how do you know you're good enough to do code reviews and aren't just following bad practice yourself? That's a good question. I guess you don't. And I'm trying to think of another example. Like, how do you know you're a good coach of a football team or a basketball team? How do you know you're a good coach and you're just not doing practice like bad practices? I guess what part of it is if you start looking at external factors, like do people at your job. Okay, so the question is, how do you know that you're good enough to do code reviews? Well, first, I think the biggest sign is somebody asks you to, like somebody you work with and somebody who's known you a while and who has worked with you for a while. If they ask you to, I think that tells you something. Experience. If people kind of yield to you or come to, or not even ask for a PR, but they will talk to you about the problems they're having, and in programming, right? So people come to you with their problems, asking your opinion. So I think like things like that, like basically your peers, you start to learn that it's difficult to take, at least for me, it's difficult to take compliments, but when people come to you, when people ask you to review your code, when they ask you about certain problems they're having, and like if you have any suggestions, things like that, you start to think, and with time, that you're experienced enough to do a good PR. I think I do good PRs. Now, it depends though. Like in C#, I can do a decent PR review, I should say. I can do a decent PR review in C#. But you also need to know what you don't know. And there's a lot about C# I don't know. It's been a long time since I worked in C#. I'm much more comfortable doing PR reviews in C++, because that's what I work in. That's my area of expertise. But this game, of course, is in Unity. All right. So what we were doing, I think what I really want, because this enemy attacks. Wait, was it? No, it was enemy pursue state. So when we construct this enemy pursue state object, we're passing. This pattern's a little odd, but the first argument is always the entity that has that state, right? So this enemy pursue state means something is going to pursue. So base NP. So the first argument is what is actually doing the pursuing. And then this is where it gets a little weird, this transform target. So the transform target is the thing that is being pursued. And the reason it's a transform is because a transform contains the position of the object. So obviously, if you're going to chase something, you need to know where it is. And so that's why we have that. But I think what we need some type of base class. And it's not really going to be a base class in the traditional object-oriented sense, but we need some type of, I'm going to use air quotes, we need some type of base class, which we can attach to NPCs, we can attach to the player character, and I'm also kind of thinking ahead, and like that you can attach to items. So we have this, in this game, we have this entire item concept, right? Because like you saw me pick up the gun, but We've already implemented things like turning on lamps, and that so we have this entire interaction system with items. But the items will also think about, and I'm not saying this will be in the game, but think about like a remote control car, and you needed one of your enemies to pursue the remote control car. So the remote control car would also have a transform, but would it have health? I guess it could. You could kind of say, yeah, because if you shoot the remote control car, it's eventually going to break apart. So in that sense, it has health and it has death. Trench says it's up to me to keep my skepticism as well. Yeah, I've been hard stuck on C#, but I started with Lua and then CPP. Yeah, so there was another game, the last game that I kind of wrote. I did write it, but the project ended up being more of a game engine than a actual game. So this project here is called Tommy Tucson. This game started as so the message board I mentioned earlier, there is a character. And I call this person a character because that's, you ever see those people like, oh yeah, Tom's a real character. Like, you're not saying that he's like a fictional person. You're saying that he's just like a certain personality. So there's this guy on my message board who's a real character. And to troll him, I started writing this. This is a funny story. So I started writing this video game, and this is all in C++, and it actually uses Lua scripting. And Rhombus says, great answer. Thank you, Rhombus, and you're welcome. So here's the kind of funny story about this game. So on my message board, it is like I said, it's a bunch of 40, 50, 60-year-old guys just talking shit with each other, right? And you know how that is. It's just middle-aged guys just bantering. And so I start writing this video game to troll this guy Tommy, and there's all this lore, right? Like if you spend enough time, like I suspect you guys are kind of young, so if you spend a lot of time in like a subreddit or whatever the kids are going to these days, and then you talk to the same people online for 10, 15 years or 5, 10 years, and then you start to get like inside jokes within that community, a lot of just like esoteric humor that only people that are in that small community would understand. And then sometimes that humor is somebody on the outside looking in would probably be like, that's disgusting, or that's so mean, or but you're in this clique and it's like it's a different dynamic. So this game has a lot of that type of dynamic. It has a lot of like these inappropriate, really off-color jokes within this video game. So when I started writing the video game, like C++20 had just like started being widely used, so I was excited. So I started using C++20, and then I did like this entire I did this entire Lua integration. Where is it? It's under the wiki. Lua support. Like I documented this API for Lua, and documented how people can add new scenes, and I did this mostly because there was another guy on the message board who was also a programmer, and he started adding content through this API that I was writing. And this ended up, from a technical standpoint, this ended up at the time being one of my more technical projects, and I would also say one of my more mature projects, in that it was showing like structure, Lua, like Lua integration, and how you can easily extend it and blah blah blah. But it was kind of one of the things that if I was looking for a job, it would be one of the projects that I would be proud to show to a potential employer. Except that in part of the game, Tommy Tucson is searching for a magic vagina. Like, and he's also in an alley giving blowjobs for marijuana. So that's the kind of thing you probably don't want to show to. You probably don't want to show to a potential employer. So I'm like, God damn it. I have this really well structured, really well documented C++ program, but I can't show it to, like, I can't show that to somebody. Luckily, I have not had to look for a job for a very long time, but yeah, but I completely, it's just like, it was complete. I was like, shit. Like, and then I started thinking like, well, I could go back and I could like, I'm trying to remember, even in the README page, like I have had a couple of, and because I obviously put my GitHub on my resume, and so I have had a couple of like people, because I'll do interviews every now and then to just kind of stay fresh with interviews, to kind of keep that skill fresh. And I have had people ask me about this, and I'm like, oh yeah, no, it's just that game started out as an inside joke, but then it turned into a nicely well structured project. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, there's nothing here. There's nothing bad here. Tommy Tucson is an open-ended hobo life RPG. You live in Tucson, Arizona, and have just inherited $50,000 from your parents' estate. With your newfound riches, you set out to shut down internet boards, because the guy Tommy on my message board is always saying he's going to get the board shut down. You start thriving in a rock business. The guy is obsessed with like gems and minerals, and he's obsessed with buying these things and like trying to sell them to people, and grow your inheritance until the planetary management returns. So the character I'm talking about, the guy on my board, he's a little schizophrenic, we think, because he really thinks that at some point in the future there's going to be aliens to return to take him to Valhalla. I don't know. With a little dedication, you might just be able to earn a spot in eternity with planetary royalty. So, yeah, so I can't exactly show this game to, like, Microsoft or something like that. Vagrant says, love passion projects that are filled with one-off inside jokes that no one else would understand. Did something similar to my friend group in high school. Yeah, no, they're fun. And, like, that's the thing. Like, I was doing videos on this game, and, writing wiki pages, and it was fun. Like I did this whole entire like traffic mechanic in the game that I was really proud of, and it took me like 2 weeks to get that right, because again, this isn't using Unity. I was just using SFML and raw C++. So there's no collision detection, right? There's no pathfinding. So I had to write all of that. And I was like, but I was excited because it was funny. It's interesting how much the humor of trolling someone is a great motivator in programming. So, the tasteful thickness. Oh, he deleted a message. I didn't see the message. Trench says, well, considering the name of my Flappy Bird clone is Crashy Plane, I can definitely see where you're coming from. Crashy Plane. Yeah. So it's not birds. So is it? Oh no. Is it planes and towers? Oh my God. If it's airplanes and towers, oh my God. That is awesome. I got to see this game. Like, please share it when it's ready. Please do. I got to see this game. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Okay, boys. Okay, so all right. So what we need. So what I was thinking for this base class, right, is it will be attached to. It'll either be attached to the entity or it'll be attached to something that's attached to the entity. Because that's what we did with. So the I has health, this interface, that is attached to a script that is attached to the entity, right? So it's attached to, like I showed you, it's attached to the where'd it go? It's attached to the base NPC class, which I'm going to put down here. I'm trying to put it down here. So you can see here on the bottom right, base NPC has this I has health interface, and then we have the player stats, which I'm going to drag over here to the bottom, and you can see that also has the I has health. So I'm thinking I has health might change, and that could be the start of the entity. Yeah, see. I'm trying to think if we want to repurpose I has health or if we kind of want to do something like this. I don't know. I can't decide. Like, because we could simply just change. No. We can't have it be an interface. Whatever we come up with has to be, it can't be an interface. I would prefer, and this is kind of a question, would I prefer it be an abstract class? I'm thinking maybe. I think that's why I did this. So we would have an abstract class. Why is it still commented out? I don't understand. Why is it still green? That's weird. All right, this music's gonna put me to sleep. I'm gonna play something else. Let's see. What could we put on? Ambient soundscape of a dystopian post-Earth world. Cyberpunk snowstorm. Now we'll give it a shot. Okay. So I don't know why I don't know why this is green. That is kind of bizarre. This is like, let me see, public. What if I paste it back? Okay, if I paste it back, it's not green. Okay. So if we have an abstract class, it has to implement, it's going to have to implement I has health. But is there ever going to be a time where I has health would be separated from the entity? Because, well, what is the entity going to have? It's going to have a transform. The transform, again, dictates its position, its scale, and its rotation. Okay, so it's going to have the transform. Let's just start there. So it's going to have the health. I don't know why we have that. So here's what I really want to do. I want to have this transform object. I don't know that I want to set it, but we're going to keep the setter there for now. But what I need to do is I want to define a constructor. Is there going to be a constructor? All right, I'm going to put all of the members or properties kind of together. No, I'm going to put all the health members and properties together. And then I'll have the health functions, and then we're going to have the transform. Is there anything else that I want? I think the transform is mainly it. Because what I want to do is I want to, when applicable... Okay. I'm thinking out loud. What's going to happen is entity is going to be attached to a script, maybe. And no. Entity would be attached to a script. The script would be attached to the game object, the thing, the green guy NPC, the enemy NPC, or the player character. When we call start, what's going to happen is that everything to which this entity script is attached, the start method is going to populate this transform value, because right now it's going to be null. So when we call start, transform will get its value, so that way when we're doing things like, and I'll show you why that comes in handy. So if I look at enemy attack state, is it enemy attack? If I look at enemy attack, I'd call this get component, but that's not going to help me. Where the hell? Okay. Let's just calm down, Addy. Just calm down. Just calm down. Just calm down. You're getting your thoughts all confused and muddled. Okay. So what this all stemmed from wanting functionality that when you shoot an NPC, the NPC will start attacking you. Right now, the NPCs are idiots. They just stand there. They do nothing. But in order to do that, what we need to do is when an NPC this is the handling where, like, we have this on health change notification, right? And that is how the NPC will know that it was shot. And that is where we're going to, but instead of just passing in the health information, right? Because of like, well, this is your new health because you got shot. We have to pass in other information, namely what shot him. Because if we want him to attack when he gets shot, he needs to know what to attack, right? And we don't have, and that's kind of what has led us down to this problem. So what I was thinking, and see, here's the thing. And the reason we need this common thing is because either the player character can attack an NPC or another NPC can attack the NPC. So that's why we need this commonality between the player character and the character. So both the player base NPC down here on the right and the player stats, they both implement I has health. So I think whatever solution we come up with has to be an interface, because both base NPC and both player stats need to have a mono behavior. So what I said is completely wrong. No, I mean, it's not wrong. Like, this entity could inherit from a mono behavior, and then base NPC could be an entity. Maybe that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. So what I'm saying is, we could do this. Mono behavior. Right? So entity is inheriting from mono behavior, but it's also implementing the I has health interface. Kind of. And then I feel like calling this game entity. I'm going to call it game entity. And then base NPC would do this. And, oh, what did I do? No, that. And then player stats would also be that. Okay, we're cooking with fire now. So both of those should already be okay, because the only requirement we have is that they implement these functions here, which they are doing. Okay, all right. This seems a little redundant here, like having this float health, but I think you have to. Okay. And now we have this transform. So what I want to do is in base NPC, in start. Surely I have a start somewhere. Start. Okay. Now what I'll do is brother. Okay. Okay. When here's the goal. I know I'm thinking out loud. I'm just thinking while I'm streaming and programming. I want to pass in here. So the first argument, we're getting kind of bogged down. This is not necessarily what this is going to be, but we would want to have a game entity here, right? Entity and then source. I don't know why the AI made it question mark, but we'll do it like that, right? And then that way, this game entity would have this transform. But this would already have a transform. I feel like we need to name this something else. Or no. I know what we need to do. This is how you would do it in C++. You would do game entity : transform equals mono behavior. That's just kind of setting a reference. Okay, but obviously this is C# and not C++. So I would have some type of. No, that has to be problematic because I basically have two. What if I do this? Now this is a mono behavior. I don't need the transform, but since both of these are inheriting from game entity, they have a transform because of the mono behavior. That should work. Yeah, that should work. Okay, let's see if this compiles. I'm not sure if this compiles or not. Oh, we're still running. No. Player stats does not implement game entity heal. Okay. All right. So now we're running into these types of errors. Player stats does not implement inherited abstract member game entity heal. Yeah, it's right there. So do I need to put override? Let's see if that gets rid of that one. Okay, mono behavior is not found. Do I need to? I probably need to include Unity Engine. Using Unity Engine. Okay, that should be good. Did I spell? Oh, behavior. All right, let's see what that does. Okay, I got rid of that. So it's telling me is alive is not implemented, but is alive should be. It's public override. And then heal. Oh, wait. Okay, now it's complaining about base NPC. What else do we have on player stats? Take damage. So take damage. I'm getting hungry, boys. I might go on a run soon. There's a function. Public override float. Public over. Did I spell override wrong? Override. Maybe I spelled. Okay, yeah, I think I spelled it wrong. Does not implement is alive. I thought I just overrode that. Is alive. Oh, public override bool. Okay. And now all the things take damage, heal, and okay, take damage and heal. Those need to be overridden as well. Okay, so override is alive. Take damage, public override. And then heal is also a public. Oh, it's interesting that I did that. Let's do this, though. Okay. Is it going to complain? I think it's done complaining. Okay, it's done complaining. Where's the music? Okay, let's just do a quick play test. Throw my gun, all of that. Let me make sure I can still kill people. All right. I think this all looks good. So, but what we need now is we need to note, okay, when we do the damn it. Oof. Okay. Just calm down for a minute. Just calm down. Turn the music down. I think I got to think about this a little more. Let me see. On health changed. Okay. When I shoot, that's done in pistol interaction, and when I actually push the button and it shoots a bullet, basically what happens is a ray cast gets extended from the tip of the gun in the direction that the gun is pointing, and then we do a hit. And this is hit collider, get component health. So what we could do So basically what I'm calling on this, maybe I made this a little more complicated than it needs to be, right? Because if we have take damage, let's go back. Take damage is part of the health it's part of the health abstract class that we just modified, which is here. Take damage. I think what we could do is we could just do this. Game entity. I'm just going to call it source equals null, right? So we don't always have to change it. But in this case, I'm going to actually go ahead and I'm going to make this a different line. I'm going to do if not equals null. Okay, so what I'm doing here is when it hits, oh, we're doing get component twice. We don't want to do that. Let's do yeah. And then if target equals null, we can come over here and then we'll do target, take damage, damage score, but we're going to pass in a source, which is not game object. It's simply it should be this. So this interaction script. Ooh, is that it? Wait, is the interact? Okay, okay. So this interaction script. Wait. This script. This script is attached to the idle this is attached to a pistol item, right? But once you pick the item up, we set the NPC that has picked it up, which is this .npc down here. So that NPC is a base NPC, but base NPC is also a game entity. And that is what we want in take damage. We want a game entity. We want the source. This is a lot easier than I made it out to be. Talk about over engineering. Okay. So then once we're here, source on health changed. So basically I'm saying if the previous health is less than or equal to health, if the previous health, which means before you got attacked, that would be, but that would be okay. So we're saying if the health went up, then don't attack anybody. Look at this; it's still green. We're gonna say debug. Okay, took damage from blah 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 blah. So let's try to look at a debug mess. Let's see if we actually see some logs. Okay, let's look at that. Well, first let's see if it compiles, and then let's take a sip of water. It did not compile. No suitable method found for override. Take damage. Ah, okay. Right. So we can just basically just do game entity source equal take damage. Oh. Okay, I got to change some things because on health change is what we just, yes. Okay, so take damage. We pass source into the take damage call. So now take damage is now going to invoke the on health change callback with the new health, the previous health, and then the source of the damage essentially. Okay, I'm probably going to have to change that in a couple of places. Okay. Need some music. Once I finish this, I'm going to go on a run. I don't know that I need on health changed in the interface though. But yeah, honey, I'm streaming. What's up? Oh, thank you, honey. Thank you. You're the best. You are. Thank you. My wife, I didn't even ask. My wife brought me breakfast. Trench at. Oh, let me finish eating. Trench asks, you don't need curly brackets for if state. You don't need curly brackets for if statements. So, I am very strict about my PR reviews. If I'm going to make the text a little bit bigger so it's easier to see. If I see something like this, I will reject this because actually let me type it out. There are two acceptable ways to write this in terms of style. This is not one of them. What we have here is not one of them. The first acceptable way is this. That is acceptable. I will accept that. However, in the case that it's just a one-liner, I will accept this as well. In the case that there's nothing else, and that's the only thing that you're doing in the if statement, I will accept that. And that is valid. Now, some people will try to do this. And which is also syntactically correct. That is acceptable syntax-wise. The compiler will not complain. But your lead developer will slap you if I see that. Because what happens is you do this and then you have like do something else. Well, you know what? That do something else is not part of that if statement. This do something else, even though it might be tabbed over to the same indentation as do something, that do something else is always going to get called. The do something will only get called if that Boolean is true. Trench says, I always thought the brackets were required. Nope, not required. But take note of what I just said. If you do something like what I've highlighted, this do something else, that is not part of the if statement. The do something is. The do something else is not. If you want to do something else to be part of the if statement too, then you need to surround everything in brackets. But otherwise, without the brackets, you're basically writing this. That's a little more easier to visualize. But I hate that. I will punch a person for that. I will punch a person for that. This though, whoops. This right here, where it's all one line, that's acceptable. That's a little, I can read that. I can read that and easily see what's happening. All right. I would prefer a line there. But you see, oh man, this is good. All right, I'm being a piggy boy. Trent says, yeah, it makes sense. I'll probably keep the brackets because they give me comfort. I get you. I would say 9 times out of 10, I will put brackets too. It's easier to read. I think the one-liner is also easy to read, but the brackets are easier to read and they reinforce it. It's like, like when I'm thinking about like another thing I hate that I've talked about a while is like, I hate variables like this. Bool is disabled equals true. And then you come here and then you're like, okay, if not is disabled. And I'm like, okay, it's enabled. Okay, if it's enabled. But I have to do this extra step, right? When I'm reading it, I have to do the negative of a negative is a positive. Like I just have to do this extra thought. So therefore, like if I saw this in a PR, I will. I won't reject it necessarily, but I will say, can you please, like, I do reject it. I tell people, try to keep positively named variables. Like, what's easier to read? Like, do something, or bool is enabled. If not is enabled, do something. Like, which one is easier to read? Like, I would say the second one is easier to read. It's easier to read and understand. Whereas the first one, it's like it's like now I got to do math while I'm reading the code. Like, no, just you want the code to be like as close to English as possible. You wouldn't say, well, if it's not disabled. Like, I guess you would say that, but I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it. So don't do it. Don't do it to my code base. You notice how I said I'm getting hungry? Like 10, 15 minutes ago, I said I'm getting hungry. I didn't even message my wife, nothing. She brings me breakfast. That's a good woman right there. Did I save? I didn't save. Okay. Not Sure is in the house. Welcome, Not Sure. Do you ever use ternary operator for conditionals? Yes, I do. I do. Not often, but I do. On health changed. I've created a mess, boys. I've created a mess. What have I done? I'm not even sure what I've done. Like, I mean, I know what I've done. I've created a fucking mess is what I've done. I don't know if I have to put the null there, but I'm going to put it there anyway. So this is in the enemy idle state. I'm defining the override and on health changed. Let me see. Yeah, that's great. This update bar just keeps getting more arguments. I might just put this in a struct. It might just... We'll do that after the fact. Let's do that after the fact. And actually, we'll try using agentic AI to do that. I think I still have... I'm pretty sure I have on health change defined somewhere without the game entity. Oh, yep, right here at the bottom. And right here. Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, this is just so... this is like one of those things where I'm like, all right, just reset hard. Just do a hard reset. Start from scratch. No argument given that what was it? No argument given that corresponds to arg3. Okay. Got it. So this is the base NPC. So it should just be this, right? Oh. Oh, fuck. Now we're dealing with heal. No, no, no. Okay, I got to think about this a little bit differently. I know where I'm getting confused. Like, take damage is called outside by something. Okay, I'm talking for myself. I'm not talking for you guys. I'm talking for myself. So take damage is called from outside of something into the entity, into the thing that is being harmed. Or, okay. Jesus Christ. Okay, let me see. Pistol interaction does not contain a definition for NPC and no accessible extension. Okay, doesn't it? Or does it not? Pistol interaction. Oh, the states is what's going to have the NPC. Oh. The interactions are attached to the item. And I swear I thought I put something in to be able to get the thing that picked it up. Like if you interact with an item. Item interaction. Didn't I? I might not have. Oh my God, which means we need to do that. Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. That's right. Oh, that's what started this mess. Oh God. Okay. We need to start over. I can't do this. I can't do this. Oh, I need to start over. Okay. All right. So here's what happened. Here's what happened. Just calm down. I'm going to explain it. We got ahead of ourselves, boys. We got a little ahead of ourselves. Because we were trying to repurpose I has health to be a more generic game entity, or entity, whatever you want to call it, a more generic game entity thing. So that way a player can be a game entity, an NPC could be a game entity, a radio on the ground could be an entity. So we were trying to create that genericism. Okay. And then we wanted to create that genericism so that we could change the damage system to pass in the source of the entity, which is fine. But we can't always get the source of the damage as a game entity yet. We can't do that. What we need to start with, we did step B without doing step A. So we need to go back and do step B and then we need to go back and do step A and then do step B. So like I said about 10 minutes ago, I'm very tempted to just kind of nuke all of these changes and start from scratch. Let me see if there was something else Okay, luckily the changes don't look too bad. So let's see. I'm going to go file by file to see what I changed, to see if there's anything else I want to keep. I'm still on attack. I'm on a bad branch. Okay, but that's okay. Player stats. This was the game. Okay, we can nuke this. Yeah, we can nuke that. Player idle, that's just a mess. We can nuke it. NPC stats, that's another mess. Nuke it. Base NPC, big best, nuke it. And pistol interaction. So we can nuke everything, and I think that's what we're going to do. I'm going to check the chat first. Let's see. We've got a few people. MPUL, question, can you release a game made only with Unity visual scripting? Yeah. Matthew, welcome, Sir Matthew. Hey, Addy, what I missed? You missed a lot, man. Well, first of all, Not Sure was running around with no pants on, and everybody laughed at that. And then this new guy, Trench, handed out $100 bills to everybody, so we would all be his friends. So you missed that. And then Razman didn't show up, but we all knew that was going to happen. Not sure says, I think you should just create a trigger based on the collider. Well, that's kind of what I'm doing. I mean, I'm already kind of doing that. Trench. Only time I've used visual scripting was in Unity Struct, and it was extremely limited at what you can do. I'm sure the actual editor solution is a lot better. Probably. Not sure. Matthew, I think Addy is locked in. He's not getting distracted by chat. It's rare. It's rare. He's trying to get the NPC to attack when it's shot. Yeah, right. MPUL says, Matt, not sure, says, I think the NPC should just react to any gunshot within earshot. Yes, it should. That's a different functionality, though. So we want... Is it a different functionality? Now you got me thinking. Because ultimately, you know, the mechanic's such that the NPC, it hears a shot, it turns in the direction of the shot and looks, and then if it sees anything, then it reacts. That makes a lot of sense. But we still need to do this other thing that I was talking about. Trench is thinking. Matthew says, damn, he's in 5th gear today. It's rare. Not sure. For Windows is legit. What is for Windows? Or Window 4? And Trench says, what are you using to track changes? I am using Git. I'm using Git like all the cool kids. Although maybe we should switch to Fossil like we started looking at. I'm not sure. You missed that last night. We found a new version control system which has bug tracking and wiki pages and all kinds of stuff built in, and you missed it. You missed the fun. And another thing not sure is you missed out more. People were giving out money. Like people on the stream literally came in and just started Venmoing everybody else in the stream. Like I got $500. So you missed. That's what happens when you're not here, not sure. Oh, Jesus. I need a break, boys. I need a break. Should I stop streaming and then come back and stream? Or should I just leave the stream streaming for like a half hour while I take a break? That's Git you have pulled up. This is a program called Source Tree. It's just kind of it's a nice front end for Git. It's a nice front end for Git. But I think what we're gonna do, I think we're gonna nuke the changes. So let's see. Git. I'm just gonna push everything to a stash. Whoop. But I need to switch over to master, and then I need to pull everything. I don't even know. Oh my God, there was lots I didn't do. Visual Studio Code has something built in. It does, and I use that sometimes, but I'm not a big fan of it for whatever reason. Like you can see the changes down here, and like if I modify a file, it'll pop up. I do like the view of showing the changes, but my view is all messed up right now. Let me do this. So there's a program called Beyond Compare, which I actually have a license for. And this reminds me of a Beyond Compare review or view. So this shows you on the left-hand side, it shows you the old version. On the right-hand side, it shows you the new version. I like this view. I do think that this diff view is nice. Anyway, I need to take a break. I think this is a good part to take a break, a good portion to take a break. Wait a minute. Do I leave the stream running for roughly 30 to 60 minutes? Or do I start a new stream when I'm ready? I'm going to leave this up to you guys. Leave the stream running. Start a new stream. And while I'm waiting for you guys to vote on that, I am going to go take a leak. I'm doing that regardless of what you guys vote on. I don't care. I got to do that. Be right back.
Mixed by Rottweiler.
All right, fellas. A quarter of you say leave the stream running. That is interesting. Just say when you'll be back. I'm 9:30. I kind of want to go on a run. Run walk. I'm old. Okay, run walk. That'll take me about 50 minutes. And then I'm going to want to cool down before I shower so I can actually cool down on stream. And then, all right, leave the stream running. I mean, that's what you guys seem to think. All right, so let's meet back. I'm going to leave the stream running. I'll leave this techno music playing. And then I'll put one of my travel videos up, but it'll be muted. And then it's 9:30 where I'm at. Let's meet back here at roughly between 10:30 10:45. Sound good? Hopefully you guys got nothing else to do and you want to join back here at 10:30 10:45. Let's see. I'm gonna put this on. I'm gonna do this. All right. I'll do this on the screen so you guys can see what I'm doing. I'm going to duplicate this. Okay. I'm gonna do that, and then I'm going to change this, and then I'm gonna do that. But then I have to do. What do I gotta do? No. I guess I can do it here. Okay, easy. Be back at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time. How can I put this all in the center? Alignment, center. There we go. Then we'll do this. Oh, now it's screwed up everything. All right, boys. VS Code is something similar built in. Just say when you'll be back, and the music will keep us alive. All right, let me set up one of my travel videos to play on mute, and then we'll call it we'll take about an hour break. To regroup, kind of get something to eat, go make love to your wife, and then you still have 55 minutes left. But yeah, let's see, walk and talk. Yeah, we'll do this one. Let's put that on loop. All right, guys. I'll see you in about an hour or so. All right.
Got to see your hideousness. You've got to see mine.
Mixed by Rottweiler.
So, Lord, could you please continue to keep the people of Homestead patient and aware of why we are the way we are. As you know, we seniors are sometimes not very likable, let alone lovable. So Lord, could you please continue to keep the people of Homestead patient and aware of why we are the way we are.
I'm back from my run, boys. Give me a little bit and I'll be back on stream. Anybody still there? Woo! Boy. Oh, that was a good run. That was a good run. Man, I find it amazing that so many people actually voted to keep the stream running. I think one person actually voted to turn the stream off while I was away. I just find that bizarre. Oh, man. I'm a little exhausted. I don't have the cameras turned on because I'm sitting at my desk without a shirt on, and, you guys don't need to see that. Okay. Oh, I had a couple ideas while I was running, and I wanted to run these by you. Hopefully Matthew and Not Sure are still there, the two other main guys on this project. I think Matthew might be. Well, somebody, is anybody there? Send me a chat message. Say something in chat. Let me know you're still there. Oh, man. I'm chugging water. So good. It's warm outside. What is the temperature outside? I'm going to put a shirt on in a few minutes. I got to let my body cool down for a minute. When I put a shirt on, I'll put the camera back on because I know you guys, I know you need to see my beautiful face. Let's see. 74 degrees. I mean, it's really humid. That's the thing. It's really humid outside. Oh, wow. Tomorrow supposed to be nice and only 68 and 69. Then it's going to get hot after I leave, which is fine. Quite fine. What's this? Multiple shootings. A suspect in the shooting may be impersonating law enforcement. Should not be approached. Authorities are also telling us people are in the area or not to answer. Their door sources tell me. So what in the hell happened? Police say they're looking for a suspect in multiple targeted shootings. The suspect is armed and dangerous. The suspect is a white man with brown hair wearing black body armor. Who did he shoot, though? Residents... Two state lawmakers and their spouses were shot overnight. Whoa. The Hortman and Hoffman families. So if your name begins with H-O and ends with the word man, that is Melissa Hoffman, Senator. Oh, things are getting crazy in the world. Crazy. Oh, man. I have been avoiding the news so much. Like, it's impossible not to hear about what's happening in LA, what's happening in Iran. And, it's like there's certain things that it's impossible just to not hear about them. But like I look at the news and I scroll down here and I'm like, what's happening under science? Oh, look, thousands of galaxies captured by a single Webb telescope image. I am so happy. There's such good news. So it's like, does the color purple really exist? That should be the top headline. That should be the headline. I mean, does it exist? Or is it just something our minds create? There's a theory. I got to ask Rock this. We'll get back to programming in a little bit. I need to calm down and just I need to do nothing for a few minutes. Razzband's in the house. My brother just called me yesterday about the ice. Went to his house in Mesa, Arizona looking for me. That's insane. Did your brother tell them that you're in Canada? Hopefully he did. I mean, they'll probably still assume you're somewhere in the United States, but I would imagine they can verify if you're in Canada or not. Oh, man, that's hilarious. Well, you shouldn't have overstayed your welcome, Razman. No, I know. What is the theory called that people may perceive colors differently? There's a name to that theory. What happened to you, Grok? Grok? Why did you eat my message, Grok? They can verify him in Canada because they share immigration databases. Yeah, I would think they could verify that. I guess they didn't bother doing that, and so they probably have a list of people who, well, surely they would have seen you leave the country. Surely it would be in the computer that you left the country. Maybe not. Every time I have flown abroad it's weird. From the United States, there is no passport control when you leave the country. Whereas pretty much every other country I have been to, there is passport control when you leave the country. But when I leave the US, there's no passport control you go through. Now, maybe they do something in the computer when you check in for your flight. Oh, if I'm trying to remember the few times I've driven to Canada, if there was passport control on the US side. They kicked me out of the country. I guess they think I went back. Well, I mean, that's, So when they kicked you out, did they kick you out by way of Mexico or by way of Canada? Or you're not saying, it's not like I guess it's not like you got escorted to a point of exit, right? I guess they were just like, you got to get out of here by such and such date, and then you just left. You have to have a passport to leave, but it's not really, yeah, no, of course you have to have a passport to leave the country, of course. But, so what I'm saying is, when I leave Bolivia, when I left Fiji, when I left Norway, Norway, did I? No, Norway didn't have passport control either. But when I left South Africa, several countries, you have to wait in line to get your passport stamped for exit, just like when you return. So, so if you went from Mexico to Canada, Razman, I would imagine the United States would have seen that you're in Canada. But see, this is a big problem, and this is one of the things that I thought that I thought Elon Musk, one of the things he thought he should do, or that somebody should do, is that a lot of government databases, this has been known for a long time, but a lot of government databases and systems, they don't talk to each other. So it is quite possible it's quite possible ICE has a system. And so let's see, ICE is the immigration, what does ICE stand for? Immigration Control Enforcement or something like that? What does ICE stand for? U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. So what I was going to say is it's quite possible that, I don't know, that it's quite possible that even within the within ICE, there are different government systems different databases that simply don't talk to each other. Wouldn't surprise me. They took me, okay, let's see. I was chained from the waist and feet. Were you really? Are you serious? Were you really? I can't tell if you're bullshitting or not. They took me like that from Virginia to El Paso, and I was escorted out like that. Really? Oh my God. When did that happen? Was that under Trump? I feel like you've been in Canada a while, haven't you? How long ago did that happen? Or was that under Obama? Obama was another big one who he deported a lot of people. No, it's not. When did that happen? Oh my God. Chained from the waist and feet. And then, so wait, but how did they take you from Virginia to El Paso? Wait, are you an MS-13? Oh, that was 20 years ago. Oh. Okay, so that was probably like W. I think it was Bush. Yeah, 20 years ago would have been Bush. Are you MS-13? Or are you like, let's see, what are MS-13 rivals? Notice how Razman is not answering the MS-13 question. Just take note of that. Just notice how he's not answering that. It's all right. I want to stay on Razman's good side. No. I want to look up MS-13. Yeah, MS-13 rivals. Barrio 18. The 18th Street Gang. Oh. Razman's no MS-13, just a regular traffic stop. Police handed me over to ICE. MS-13 is El Salvador. MS-13's all over the place. MS-13's like international. It's not just El Salvador. As a matter of fact, let's see. Protect El Salvador. Let's see. Originally, the gang was set up to protect Salvadoran immigrants and other gangs from Los Angeles area. Over time, the gang grew into a more traditional criminal organization. Salvadorians, Hondurans, Guatemalans, and Mexicans. There, in the area where I live, there are a lot of Salvadorans, lots of Salvadorans. So, I'm thinking. Let me see. I'm thinking Razman might be a gang member. I'm not sure. What are some rival gangs to MS? How did you get from Virginia to El Paso? Was it by plane, bus, train, combination? So we have the 18th Street Gang, the Latin Kings. Razman is originally from Mexico. The Bloods, the Soreños, the internal MS-13 cliques. So I guess MS-13 is really big, so they have like their own cliques within MS-13. Soreños. Affiliated with the Mexican Mafia, the Soreños are a coalition of gangs that include various cliques opposed to MS-13. MS-13's alliances with the Mexican Mafia does not prevent conflicts with Soreños, as disputes and power struggles lead to violence. For example, MS-13 members have targeted suspected Soreños in murders and maintain gang dominance. Wow. Razman says, I may have to do a Discord call so you guys can ask me questions and I can answer in real time. No. Maybe. That's not a terrible idea. Although I don't have Discord. I am opposed to Discord. I will not use Discord. I had a couple of ideas while I was on my run, but I want to put a shirt on because I'm sitting in my chair with no shirt on, which is why I had the cameras turned away. So let me put a shirt on. Let me make myself presentable. Let me take a leak. Let me grab something else to drink, and I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Okay. Oof. Okay. Let's turn this back around. I know you guys missed my face. Don't worry, I have clothes on. Oh, man. Woo! That's quite a story, Raz, man. Transportation was a combination of bus and flight. From Virginia to North Carolina in bus, then on a flight to El Paso. The plane was super old. It squeaked a lot during the flight, and we were in the hands of our air marshals that took over 75 old. I was sure they placed old air marshals on the plane just in case it crashed. They have lived enough. That they've seen enough life. Man. So wow. All right. Well, you overstayed your visa. I mean, I hate to say it, but that's what happens. It's what happens. You go to any other country in the world, that's what's going to happen. They're going to kick you out. But I'm glad you're okay. And you know what? If I become president, Razman, you're welcome back in the United States anytime you want. But you got to get out after 30 days. Like, you just get the hell out of here. No. My wife buys these things. It's like this German candy that you can only get at the Asian grocery store. But I never you never had one. That's a good technicality. I haven't overstayed my visa. Razman, you should have been here last night. I was praising scriptable objects. That's funny as hell, Razman. So wait, how did you come in the country? How did you come in the country then? Like, did you pay some like banditos to bring you over, or did you just cross the river and just went over, or like how did you get in the country? These candies are so good. And my wife buys them because she knows I'm going to eat them all. And she's like, I want to keep you fat. And when I told her I'm going on a run, she's like, no, don't go on a run. You're fine. You're fine just the way you are. I'm like, no, I'm going on a run. No, you're fine. You're fine just the way you are. Like a big fat ass. She wants me to be a big fat ass because she doesn't want other women looking at me. But other women can look at me because nothing's going to happen with other women. Because nothing ever happens. I cannot say how I got into the country, but you would not guess. Were you like on a boat? Like, were you one of those Cuban boats? Why can't you say? Maybe. Oh, can you not say because that method of getting into the country is still being used? However, it was before 9/11, so it was easier. Okay, that's true. Ahmed Jacob. Hi, Addie. Hello, Ahmed Jacob. Not sure says a giant catapult. All right, let me eat this last chocolate, and then I'm going to talk about the ideas I had about the game on my run. You guys are going to love it. There's such good ideas. So my run is not a continuous run. It's like today I did 2.5 minutes run, 2.5 minutes walk, 2.5 minutes run, 2.5 minutes walk. Then the next time I run, it'll be 3 minutes run, 2.5 minutes walk. 3 minutes run, 2.5 minutes walk. Repeat. So, but I had some ideas. I texted them to myself so that I would not forget my ideas because they're amazing. Okay. The other thing I wanted to, the first thing I wanted to look at was there is a way to share your Visual Studio code. I wanted, let's see, live share read only. Because I thought this might be a neat way for you guys to interact with the stream. If you can basically load my Visual Studio Code into your Visual Studio Code and kind of like follow along with what I'm doing. So let's see. But I'm curious how this works. So session details, surely one of these, copy collaboration link. So here's a collaboration link if you guys want to try and join. This is kind of scary, but okay. So click that, try that. I'm going to try it myself just to see what it does. Let's see. How would you like, okay, open, continue in web. Continue as anonymous. Accept. Okay, so that's me sharing with myself. Let me see if I put this over. Okay, so that's pretty cool. So that's maybe that's something that I can do too, because you can see here, this is me following my own Visual Studio Code in the web interface through my browser. So if I kind of like go to another file and then I'm like, let's see, I want to see this over here. Whoops. Okay, so not sure he's joining. Okay, so not that one. I want to bring the web browser back. Oh, well, wait a minute. Cannot edit in. Oh, okay. That's that file. Okay, so wait, let's see. I go over here and then. Okay. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. So I think that might be like, so that's an option also for you guys to kind of follow along with what I'm doing. You can like kind of follow along in Visual Studio Code itself. Now, I don't think Unity has anything like that, and I'm not about to share my screen. So, but I guess I could share my screen, but I'm not going to. So that was the first idea I had. I thought that might be neat if you guys, so just, know that that's a thing. If you guys want to, if you ever want me to share my Visual Studio Code, or if I remember to do it, that's something we can do. And then session chat. There's a chat. Well, look at this. There's a new chat. Look. Wow. Razman is the man. That's pretty neat. Okay, so that was the first thought I had. The second thought I had. This was kind of, the second thing was kind of a note to me, to kind of like tell people to click and subscribe more, because I am at 348 subscribers on this channel. Once I get to 500, then I can start, I think I can start monetizing at that point. Although I have to have, we'll figure it out, but I got to get to 500. So that's the second thing. The third thing, I was thinking of other mechanics. No, I wasn't. I was not thinking of other mechanics to put into the game. What happened was I was on my run and I ran past this kid. So there's like this little lake area near where I live, and it's like a community lake area. And I ran past it, and there was this, he was a kid. He was maybe like 15, 16 years old. To me, that's a kid. And he was like struggling with his fishing line, and he was fishing. And I was thinking, you know what? How could we put fishing into the video game? I love the idea of a fishing mechanic. Hear me out. Let's say, because part of the game is going to be, it's going to be, I want the game to be strategic. Like, you have to act strategically in order to win the game. So what if at some point you have to go to the lake to maybe put something there, and you have to tell the guards you're going to go fishing. So like you leave the building and the guards are like, "Where are you going?" And then maybe you have an option like, "I'm going to mom's house. I'm going fuck you," and options. But one of the options could be fishing, and maybe that's the only way they're going to let you go to the lake. And then I've seen fishing. Yeah, there's fishing in tons of games. There's fishing in tons of games, but you go, and now let's say that you have to drop off a gun. Okay, let's just say you like kind of smuggle a gun, and then you put the gun and you hide the gun in the lake so that later on in the game you can get the gun to kind of help you. But I was thinking, like, wouldn't it be great though if you try running to the lake and then you drop the gun off and then you try running back, the guards will be like, "Where's your fish?" And if you don't have any fish, they're like, "Lock them up," and then you go to jail and you lose the game. So I was thinking that. I was thinking that might be it. That's my idea for the fishing mechanic. Let me know what you guys think. Not sure. It says, I was thinking it might be cool to have some survival aspect of the game. Fuck you. Fuck you, asshole. God, you guys are such jerks. Jeez, here I am trying to add fishing into the game. I'm trying to make it so that we can fish. I'm going to get distracted for 3 months working on the fishing functionality. All right. Note taken. Okay, that could be in version 2. All right, that'll be in the sequel. It'll be in the sequel that's the sequel called Maybe Escape. Asshole. Now I want to know how Razman got to the country. I mean, catapult's a good idea. I'm gonna go in here. New issue. Fishing mechanic. I'm creating. Okay, there should be fishing in the game, and I'm going to assign that to me. This is going to be labeled as an enhancement, and then of type feature. There we go. So it's in the game. It's on the board. It's on the board. You can't argue with the board. It's on the board. So don't try arguing. We should have bow hunting. Well, we should have bows. Look, there was one night where I put up a poll and I said, what should we work on tonight? And one of the options was, let's start adding wildlife to the game. And nobody voted for it. So we're going to have to add wildlife if we want bow hunting. Okay, let's not get distracted. Okay? Let's not get distracted. We're here to do a job. Goddamn Razman. Just in the country illegally. Escorted out in chains. God damn. So wait, did you have a Mexican passport with you? Because I can't imagine that Mexico is just going to let you in without papers. So you must. I'm going to assume you had your Mexican passport. Okay, what did we want to work on? We wanted to work on. Oh, okay. So let's find. I think it's under item interactions. I think that's where. Yes, this is what we want to kind of get rid of. And what we're going to do is we're going to start getting rid of that by going to NPC stats. I think it is. So this file name is going to change. It's all going to change. Or is it? I think what this should be, maybe. I'm going to copy this. Because I think I was onto something with the other thing that I did, where public, it's not going to be an interface. It might be abstract. An abstract class that inherits from mono behavior. Which means we're going to have to do using Unity Engine. And then we'll, oops, it's ugly. We'll make this abstract. Make that abstract. I'm on health changed. Okay, so it's not going to be I has health. It's going to be entity. I think that's reasonable. I mean, since this is an abstract class, we can have base functionality, right? We can have this. We can make it virtual in case we need to override it for some reason, but the base functionality should just be that, right? Okay. Setter and getter, max get. Okay. I think that's good. I don't know why the float here. Oh. Is it because it should be abstract float? So now what we'll do. So now we have this entity class. What we can do now is we can go back to, what is it? Is it base? Yeah, base NPC. This has the I has health, but we can get rid of that. I kind of want to do this. I kind of want to keep I has health separate. No. Addy, just trust your first instinct. You can always change it later. All right. And then I don't like the name entity. I think it's a little too generic, so I'm going to change that to game entity. Okay. So we're going to start with this before we go changing the player side. So let's start with this and see what compilation errors we get. Quite a few. Okay, it's complaining that does not implement game entity take damage. So, wow, what we can do, I think all we need to do is, yeah, public override float. And then it's also going to be a public override heal. I'll get rid of this I has health. I don't know why I didn't have a public there. Okay, so public, and I'm going to put this up here. Let me get rid of that. Game entity take damage. Virtual abstract members cannot be private. Oh, god damn it. All right. Did I make a typo? I made a typo. Is alive. Virtual abstract members cannot be private. Okay, did it again. Oops, I did it again. Okay, public virtual. Okay, so that should not be abstract because I have implementation of it. This should all be good. Okay, so that... Does that compile completely? Yeah, okay. Let's see. let's see. So this was for the base NPC. So let's see if we can still kill the NPCs. We're going to kill green guy and we're going to kill the enemy guys. So pick up a gun now that we have an easy way to kill people. Oh dear. He's not taking damage. What about these guys? Okay, so they're not taking damage either. So why? Oh, I know why. I know exactly why. Pistol interaction needs to change. Pistol interaction is looking for an I has health when actually it should be looking for a game component. And actually it should not be calling get component twice. Instead it should be doing var entity equals that, but game entity see if that compiles. Dual inheritance. So they call it multiple inheritance. C# does not support multiple inheritance. However, a class can inherit from multiple interfaces only. That's a C# thing. That's a very conscious decision that the designers of C# made, is that C# cannot inherit from multiple classes, but it can inherit. But interfaces kind of allow you to get around that, kind of. And because you run into issues, like when you start talking about like diamond inheritance, like look up diamond inheritance, that can be problematic. Okay. Sometimes I actually sound like I know what I'm talking about. Like, okay. All right, let's see if we can shoot them now. I think we can. But, okay. No. Oh, I just need to aim better. The aim is a little off. I see why. I get it. I understand why. Okay, but we're able to shoot and kill. Okay, good. So let's push that. Let's actually start a new branch. Did I change? Okay, there we go. We'll branch. We'll call this dev, I don't know, attack stake 6. Okay, so we changed. So the base NPC class, we changed. It now has this game entity. So now what we need to do is we need to change player stats. That should be easy enough, because we should just be able to do this. But then we have to do some of the things that we did also, like public override. I think we need to do override there. We need to do override there. Actually, I think we can delete the is alive. And that reminds me, I think we can delete the is alive over. Oh wait, no, we can't delete. Yeah, we can. Wait. Yeah, so we can delete the is alive here as well. Where is it? Well, we need to test this. So we can test the NPCs by sending green guy to his death. So let's send green guy to his death. Sorry, green guy. So what we're going to do is we're going to send green guy to a position right in front of those two guards. The guards are going to move closer to him and start attacking him. And then once he is dead, I don't need to do this. Once he's dead, the guards should go back to their post. So we're going to send him right over here. Well, that's interesting. Well, that's a bug. Do you see that? It says his sun NPC is dead. Alrighty. So I guess his health is 0. $100.
I think I get it. I think what we need to do since it's a mono behavior, we can actually have this be a serialized field. And then we can get rid of these. So now if I am correct, these numbers here should be the... Let me... that's not going to compile if I do that. Well, it doesn't matter if it compiles. I just want to see if the inspector is picking it up. So this should change. No, it never changed. Okay. Huh. Let's run and see what happens. No, we got errors. I don't think this is what it's complaining about, but I'm going to try changing it anyway. Razman, do you have neck tattoos? I'm stereotyping quite a bit. That's why he doesn't come here. Serialized field attribute could not be found. Are you missing it? Okay, well, where Unity engine? Where is that defined? Where is serialized field defined? I thought that was an entity thing. Is it not an... I thought it was a Unity thing. Is it not a Unity thing? No. All right, I'm just gonna copy this. Did I spell it right? I didn't spell it right. So this is interesting because look over here. Health disappeared over here on the right-hand side in the inspector. It's not there. It's not here. Why would it disappear? Is it because aim entity is an abstract class? Is that it? Is it because it's abstract? I bet that's it. Let me clean this up a little bit.
Seductive screens we so lovingly, endlessly gaze upon. Much like you're doing right now.
You need to remove serialized field and the gets and sits from the public health properties. Why? It has to be no gets and sets for the public health properties. So if I have 100 as a default, max health 100 as a default, I guess it makes sense not having a. I guess it makes sense to not have a get and set. Did I save? Are you going to reload? Oh, it had a compilation error. Okay.
There it is. Health, max health. Okay. All right. Matthew with the goddamn answers again. All right, Matthew, you're now a senior principal intern. Oh, you've been promoted to senior principal intern. You're going to report to Razman, who's he's in charge of he's HR, and he's in charge of the immigration policies for the game too. Okay, so health should work now. Health should work, and we should be able to kill again. So what we're going to do is we're going to pick this up. Okay, can we interact with you? Yes, we can interact with you. Now we need to make sure that the NPCs can kill. So I'm sorry, green guy, but you're going to your death. Oh, that's a slight bug. I pushed confirm and it fired a shot, but okay. Oh, it's shooting and it's actually doing damage. Okay, go. Okay, let's make sure they kill him. Do they not see him? Seriously? Watch them see me. Oh, I killed. Jeez. And then they start attacking me. Wait, am I dying though? Yes. I take damage, which makes sense. All right, let's try this. Let's try this again. I do love seeing all the like little interactions of like these things, kind of like, you know, I love it. I love it. Okay, I'm not even going to pick up the gun. All right. See, I don't want him to be too far away from them because I want them to move. Okay, go over there. Go over there. Go. Are they just not detecting him? You know what? They're not, because I bet Do Scan is using the eye has health. Oh. And since the player still has health. Oh. Now I just got to remember where it is using the eye. Where it is. Okay, just I guess we could just do this. No, that's pursue. Let's look at idle. Right here. Yeah, so what we want this to be game entity. And then we can just change the variable name to be. So we should be able to call this as well. He's alive. That should be good. Okay. Wait a minute. I want to be able to do this as well. This doesn't so much matter, but I just want to but this should work. So I'm going to try it. So Matthew, I don't know if you were here, but there's a link in case you're interested where I'm sharing my Visual Studio Code. That was something I thought of on my run that maybe I could start doing a little, like if you guys are interested. You can actually load up a browser and watch me through Visual Studio Code. So anyway, the link's above there. If you click that link, you can try it out. Okay, so... And then actually with that, you can actually, I think you can, I'm pretty sure you can like browse around the code, but it's read only. It's read only, but you should be able to browse around the code and like look around like while I'm doing stuff, but give it a shot. Okay, let's see if this works. So they should be able to detect him. I'm curious if this works. That means that they should be able to chase him from that. So this is going to tell us a couple of things. No, they're still not detecting them. Oh,
Mixed by Rottweiler.
okay, that'll do it. That'll do it. Oh, accept. And was this also? All right. Okay, I think what I need to do. Let me stop. So that's the pursue state. I want to change. I want to change this into game entity. Wait, it said Matthew Vale focused your attention. Okay, if you guys can start moving me around, I'm going to then I will. I'm going to stop this little experiment. I don't know, because if you guys can like change what I'm seeing, then that's going to be a little problem. Okay, so I think what we need to do is we need to go back to the idle state. So if we go to enemy idle state, and then where we create the pursue state, which is right here, actually this should just be entity itself. And this creates a bigger problem, and not a problem, but a bigger change. Because this right here, this npc.target, that's just a member variable I put on the base NPC class. So like if they're following something, they're chasing something, they're attacking something, things like that. We might want to remove it because it's a little wonky, but it's not bad. But if we don't remove it, we definitely want to change it to a game entity and not to a transform, which is what it is now. Husum Ünüklükşülü, which seems like a very like Serbian name. Let's see if I can annoy you. No, I will turn that extension off. Actually, try to reset my focus in the game. I want to see if that is a thing you can do, or if it just looked like that's what you were doing. Try to do that. Okay, so we're going to change game enemy to target. For now, we're just going to say target.transform. This is going to change though. To do, change me. Whoop. Okay, that is a little off-putting to see the other window scroll. Okay, now, can you scroll the window that I have focus on? Like, I'm going to start typing and see. Okay, I'm going to type, and I want to see if. Oh my god! Yeah. Oh no! This is not going to work. This might not work, guys. I don't know if I like. I was trying to think of a way to make the stream more interactive and have you guys more like. What is this? Focused your attention. Okay, I got to figure out how to disable that. Somebody. Okay. Visual. Okay, I'm just gonna ask Grok. Let me ask Copilot since it is a. Since it is a Visual Studio feature. Okay, just go to Copilot chat. Okay. I'm going to try to ask the chat. Oh my God. Okay. I'm going to start typing. I know because of the delay of the stream, it's going to take a second. I'm just going to keep typing. See if you guys can unfocus me from this window. I'm going to keep typing. I'm just typing and hitting enter. I'm typing and hitting enter. Let me know. Try. Actually, Kalusku. Oh my God, you can. Okay, you can do that. All right. So we have to figure out a way to disable that. Okay, because that's not going to work. Focus on code annotation. No. Let's see. Addy, please look over here in this random script. Okay. How can I disable remote viewers' ability to focus my attention? To disable remote viewers' ability to focus your attention, for example, in a remote desktop, you typically need to, okay. Oh my God. You guys are really having fun with this, aren't you? Visual Studio Code, disable, okay, remote viewers, disable focus attention. No, none of this. You guys can't type, but you sure as hell can open up new files and stuff. Okay, this is getting scary. Okay, let me preferences settings. What is this extension called? Okay, share. Oh my God. Stop it. Okay. Auto share. Okay. Auto share terminals, auto share servers. That's fine. That's fine. Share. Live share at GitLens. That's fine. Sounds enabled. Oh my God. Is there? Oh my. Is there no way to do it? Focus behavior specifies how to respond to focus. Okay. Prompt. All right. I wonder if that did it because it was set to accept, which is the default. So now it's going to prompt me. This is what I'm thinking is going to happen. Now it'll say something like Matthew wants to focus your attention, and then I can just ignore it. Guest approval required. Controls whether the host needs to explicitly approve guests. I should turn that on, but I'm going to keep. That's annoying. How you can open files. Yeah, so I see a little sign that says not sure request to follow them. All right. I want a true read-only mode. Live share, show verbose notifications. Live share, show read-only users in editor. Show in status bar always. Live share, publish workspace info. Controls whether to publish your current workspace folder to other users. Populate notebook, allow guests to execute cells. No. Name tag visible. Yes, that's fine. Launcher client specifies the client to launch. Okay, that doesn't matter. Allow guest command control. Allow guests to run arbitrary commands. No. Keep alive interval. Okay, join debug session. Increase guest limit. Guest approval required. Focus behavior. Prompt me. Feature set. Controls set of active features. By selecting insiders, you agree. I want to live share, diagnostic logging connection mode. Okay, that doesn't do anything. Live share comments. Controls whether to allow comments in collaboration session. Code lens. Anonymous guest approval. Always follow the host. Ensures that the session's host is always followed. Yes. Yes. Allow guests to run the terminal. No. Allow guests to debug control. No. All right. I think I have neutered you guys. Can you still open? All right, let me see. Okay. All right. Now that I've been completely distracted, now that I've been completely lost my train of thought. Matthew says, Addy, please look over here in this random script. Cool says, I love how we were making him procrastinate. Okay, try it again because I want to see if I've been able to successfully stop you from doing it. So I'm being legit. Like, try doing that again. Like, I'm going to start typing in this window, and I'm just going to keep typing. I think I just deleted some stuff, but that's okay. That's all we have. Oh, okay. I didn't delete anything. That's why we have source control. I'm typing. See if you can get me off of this. I'm typing. I'm hoping that by now it's read only, like completely read only. Okay, so yeah, it didn't work. Okay, so good. So I've been able to basically, it would be cool if you guys could browse around. Like, I don't mind so much if you guys are like in a different window browsing around, but it would be cool if, Zom pulled my focus. So you can't pull my focus, but you can pull other people's focus. All right, be nice. Be nice, guys. Be nice. All right. Okay. So we have 3 people. Share terminal, share server, comments. Hola, Razman is the man. Who wants a cookie? So we have yet another chat. Okay. We came here. Don't get me distracted. You know, don't. Okay, let's just, let's focus. Okay. So target health is alive. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to have game entity. I don't want to make it nullable. I'm going to assume that I'm okay since I'm setting it in the constructor, and this will be game entity. So this is the pursue state. We got to look at the idle state. So we have the get scan with the game entity, and then we're going to pass the entity in, which gets set over here. We're living with this for now. But then target health becomes, so this shouldn't actually be target health. We'll just change this to target entity. And then if target entity is not alive. Okay. So this pursue state should be okay. I don't know if attack is okay, but pursue should be okay. Well, let's look at it. Let's look at attack. So attack. I think we got to go deeper than this. Because I'm pretty sure attack is going to call I has health. I'm pretty sure attack wants an I has health. Let's see. Yep. It's only using it in one place, really. So this should actually. Ooh, why did I do that? Brother, I think what we want to do is we want to add a game entity here. Game entity target. Let's change this to target entity. Entity, target entity. Target entity is going to equal target. Now, eventually we can.
I was going to say eventually we can get rid of that argument because we're going to just have target attach. We're going to change the target that's attached to the base NPC class. We're going to change it to game entity. Right now it's a transform, but we'll get rid of it. Okay, so I think this should work. So we should be able to pursue. Oh wait, I got to update how I create this. So this is actually target entity. I got to pass that in here. So that just return. Okay, then we pop the states. Okay, so that's fine. So let's give it a shot. Nope. Looks like a syntax error. What did I forget? Oh, I forgot to type. Okay, that should be good. Target health does not exist. Okay, so there's one reference. Okay, so this would be target entity. No, we still have something over here. What is this? Argument 2 cannot convert transform to game entity. Okay, where? Ahaha. Okay, so the patrol state is using the transform. I think all we need to do is we need to change this entity. Target entity, target entity, target entity, and then target entity here. All right. Okay, let's send Green Guy to his death and see if it's successful. Sorry, Green Guy. You gotta go. Okay, that's good. They're shooting him, but he's not losing health. Okay. So that would be under entity attack. Where's the collision? Or am I still using health somewhere? Ah, I am. Okay. Okay, that's really bad. We should actually just do this. This is interesting because I'm still using the collider to get the entity that was hit. Part of me is like, well, my instinct was like, well, I already have the target entity. But then I'm like, well, they might not, just because they're trying to attack the target, just because they're trying to attack the target entity doesn't mean that they actually shot the target entity, right? Because maybe another entity ran in front of them. So that's something to keep in mind. So we still have to do this this BS. We still have to do this get component game entity BS. Let's see. And then actually I can just do, can I actually do this? Yeah. No. No, I could do this entity. Right? I can do that, can't I? Isn't that valid? Yeah, I think so. Okay, let's see if that works. Austin the Zixia. AI could code this in 1 minute. Probably. AI could also bang your mom in a minute. Okay. All right. Send him to his death. All right. So they were shooting him. Hopefully now that it actually does damage. I'm sorry, green guy. Thanks for being a good sacrifice. What is that? I don't know what that is. Matthew needs to fix that right away. Like that happens when I'm like at certain angles. That happens. Okay, so they detect him. Up, his health bar is going down. Now, if he dies, will they go back to their patrol state? He dies, and they go back to their patrol state. Excellent. And then he should disappear. Let's make sure he disappears. And then he disappeared. Perfect. Okay. That's good. Let's check this code in. I'm not sure what we changed in game Unity. Okay, so base class. Yeah, we removed a bunch of stuff. We kind of just moved some things around. We made those serializable.
Immigration's always been an issue that inflames passions. That's not surprising. You know, there are few things
Okay, yep.
to us as a
I think this
society.
looks good.
Who gets to come here and call our country home?
NPC attacks now use the
States of America. That's a big deal.
game entity
When we talk about that in abstract,
class. All right. So now what we have to do, now what we should do, because let's handle the player object now. And so the ultimate goal here is what motivated this, and what the ultimate goal, well, not the ultimate goal, but what motivated this is that a item, because we have this entire item interaction system where you can pick items up and put them down or whatever. So we need a way for the item to know what is holding it, whether it's a NPC or whether it's the player. So that's why we need some generic thing that can represent either an NPC or a player. And we were there were other cases where we needed to do that with, like when something gets shot, because when the player gets shot or when an NPC gets shot, it takes damage. And so that's why we had that that's why we were kind of shoehorning in that eye has health interface. So what we've done is we've just taken that and we're just using inheritance, which probably I should have done to begin with, but whatevs. So now let's go ahead and let's look at player stats. So player stats, oh, it still has I has health. Why did I do that? Okay, so let's get rid of that. I think I can let me look at base NPC, because I can do pretty much the same things that I did in base NPC. Like I was able to get rid of this. On health change, take damage. Get rid of this. That's an interesting place to put the load scene for the main menu, but whatever. At some point, I'm going to have to go through and like organize the scenes. Anyway, I guess the main thing. Well, first, let's make sure it compiles. Let's see if it compiles first. It compiled. So now let's go ahead and
see if the player can die. Time for me to make the ultimate sacrifice, green guy. Take care of yourself, young man. I love you. I'm not taking damage. Oh, I was taking damage. It's the health bar that's not being updated. Oh, interesting. Okay, I think I know why. I think it's called health bar. Yeah, it's right. It's this right there. So, all right. I think this is okay. Oh, okay. So when the health changed, I was like, wait, how does the update bar get called? But it's attached to the on health change of the player. Okay, that makes sense. So let's see. Okay, on health change and the player stats should be public. It is public. Oh, it may not exist in the game. Is it NPC stats, I think? I have to change the name of that too. Yeah, it's not public. Okay, and now this is Can I just get rid of that? I should be able to just get rid of that, right? It doesn't like that I'm trying to invoke the event. Why? Public event action. It's the same thing. Game entity. This is assumed public, right? Inheritance. Yeah. Do they even is there even private inheritance in C#? Do you have private inheritance, protected inheritance, and private like? Let me ask Grok. Is private inheritance a thing in C#? No. All inheritance is implicitly public or protected in terms of accessibility. Do I need to do this? Whoops, not that. This? Well, what if it's not specified? Okay, well, I don't care about why no private. Well, what if... Okay, so what is the default inheritance level if it's not specified? It's public. Okay, the default is public. All right. So why can't I call this? try it again, just for giggles. It has an issue. It has an issue with me trying to 17 and 25 in player stats. So 17 here and 25 there. Why would it have an issue with me? But if I do it here, there's no issue, I bet. No, there's some issue. 25. Did I make a typo? Oh, yeah. I deleted that. Okay, so if I go here, is the issue gone? That's bizarre. I don't understand why. Is it because this is an abstract class? I'm going to ask AI. Okay. I have something like this. Let me type it out in, let me see. It's trying to call it from player stats instead of the base, but I've commented out on health changed, but it's in the base. I'm wondering, I'm thinking it's because this is an abstract class, but that doesn't make sense either, because abstract classes can still have concrete things, implementations, concrete variables. So, like, why wouldn't that work? I'm going to type up a question, and I'm just going to type up. I don't want to do that. God damn it. In C#, I have something like this. However, the compiler complains, saying that I'm just going to paste the error. But if I define the event in the player stats class, it's fine. Why can I not call an event from a base class in a derived class? Let's see what AI says. The error you're encountering occurs because events in C# have restricted access. Okay, stop. When used outside the declaring class, even in derived classes, specifically an event declared in a base class can only be raised from within the class where it is defined. In derived classes like player, you can only subscribe or unsubscribe. This restriction is by design in C# to encapsulate event invocation and prevent derived classes from arbitrarily triggering events which could break the base class's intended behavior or lead to unintended side effects. Interesting. That's interesting.
Okay. So how do we get around that? Oh, of course. Yeah, remove event. No, I don't want to remove event. I want it to be an event. I want it to be an event. Because I want things to be able to subscribe to the event. If the player loses health or the NPC loses health, whoa, wait, oh, okay. I was going to say, like, wait, why doesn't this work in base NPC? Probably because I have the event declared in there. Yeah. So I think here I just have to just do that. And then with that in mind, oh man, wait a minute. See, that's bad. Because if I get an object just by the game entity itself, if I get an object by the game entity itself, I can't, and I subscribe to that event. It's not good. I don't think it's going to use like inheritance to actually when invoke. You see what I mean? So, say that I have. Maybe it won't matter. No, it will matter. Okay, here's what I'm talking about. Say I have somewhere else in the program. I have. Let's see. How action will still be called event. Makes it only callable from the class it's declared, and you could have a method called also trigger it. What? No. It's not. Then it's not an event thing. It's not. How can I? So look at the health bar and how I'm using it here. What I do is I have this on health changed. Oh, but this is a good use case. Oh, maybe it's not. No, it is. Oh, wait. I'll explain what I'm talking about in a second. Let me see if this works. Doesn't work. Okay, let me see if I take damage. Doesn't work. Okay, so let me back up. So the purpose of the event is so that things can subscribe to it. So it's not an active thing. It's a more passive thing, right? So I can say, hey, whenever this event gets raised, call this function. And that's what the health bar is a perfect example of that. I'm saying, hey, whenever health changes, call this update bar function, and then the update bar updates the bar. The issue is that we are doing this on a game entity component, right? We do this try get component game entity. That gets a game entity object. The game entity object it also has this on health changed event. But when we actually when something shoots the player, it's the event inside player stats that is actually getting raised. Hence, this never gets invoked. The reason this worked before all these changes is because we were using I has health. And this player stats had an I has health. So what happened was it would get an I has health of the player stats, and this event here that's inside player stats is what was getting raised when you called take damage. So how do we get around this? we can cheat. I think. Because we can do something like, this is going to be ugly. And I don't know if I trust it. No, that's... Oh, wait. Okay, maybe it will. God damn it, I can't type. So you see what I did here? This should work, I think. So what I've done is I have created in the base class, I created a stub object, or I'm sorry, I created a stub function called onHealthChange that can be overridden. It made it virtual. And then in the constructor of the base class, I said, hey, when onHealthChange is called from you for the base class, call this virtual function onHealthChanged, right? So now in the derived class, I override onHealthChanged. And then inside of onHealthChange, I invoke onHealthChange from the derived class. So now events should be able to subscribe. I'm sure there's a bug here somewhere, but events should be able to subscribe to the onHealthChanged event through either game entity or player stats. There is a bug somewhere here. I'm positive. No, I'm not positive. Maybe it's okay. But let's see if this works. Because what's going to happen now, what will happen now is game entity is going to subscribe to... It's going to subscribe... Okay, let me back up. Health bar is going to use the game entity onHealthChanged, right? So... Wait a minute. If the player onHealthChange gets invoked... no, I think I went the wrong way. I went from base to derived. I need to go from derived to base. Yeah, I don't think this is going to work. I think I went the wrong way. Let me try. It's making sense in my head. I'm just having a difficult time explaining it. Okay, game entity. Oh, okay. I got to make the game entity. At some point, I do have to go spend some time with my wife. She's going to get mad if I don't. And I do leave on Thursday, and I'm not going to see her until September, so I should probably spend a little time with her. I don't think this, because like I said, I went from base. When I say I went from base to derived, it makes sense in my head. I went from base to derived, but I need to go from derived to base, I think. Let me see. All right. Now, I'm still taking damage, I believe, but the health bar is broken. Yes, so I am still taking damage. Okay, so the issue there is that take damage is getting called, this on health is getting invoked, but there's nothing listening to it because on health bar is listening to the game entity version of that. So the way around that is to go is in the constructor for player stats. In the constructor for player stats, on health change, I call this, okay, but this should not be overridden. This, I don't need this in this part. I don't think. Okay, so do you see what I'm doing here? This on health changed event. I've added a local, which I'm going to make this private. And then actually I'll make this private too. So what I've done is, oh wait, no, it needs to be protected. This needs to be, okay. So I've attached a function to the player stats. Ugh, wait a minute. Now I'm really confused here. Okay, no. I got it. Okay, it makes sense. Take damage is going to get called. This is going to invoke this local health. Now, this could just be a function, right? Like I don't necessarily need this right now, but I'm going to keep it as it is. But this event is going to get triggered. This event, since I've already added this function to the event, is going to trigger this function here, which is going to call this base level on health change, right? This on health change is going to then invoke the local on health changed event inside a base, and that is what the update bar is listening to, and now it should work. Let's see if that is the case. MB, you've been here before, MB. I'm pretty sure you have. Good to see you. Your pointer is pointing to a void health function, which I'm guessing is a float. That won't work because the reference model is not overridden. Yes, it should be protected. Okay, let's see if this works. Okay, let's run. All right. I keep trying to. I'm not sure why the keyboard shortcut to reduce and fix my memory, my health is broken. We'll look at that in a second, but let's see if they can shoot me. Guys, hello. Yep. So it's working. And then I die. Okay. So does that make sense to everybody? But this does create the other problem. Because now what if I have a game entity and I call take damage on the game? I think it's okay, actually, because you can't call take damage on the game entity because it will always be overridden. So things should be able to listen on a game entity on health change just fine. But it's not as though they'll ever be able to call this take damage function because it has to be overridden because it is abstract. So that should work. And MB, if you're just joining and you would like to, I am sharing my Visual Studio Code instance. The link is, if you scroll at the chat, the link is up there. You can click and join on the. You can basically just. I've shared my Visual Studio Code, so you can kind of poke around the code, follow me inside of the editor to see what I'm doing. But is there a way to do this without the constructor? Can I just do something like? I mean, I would like to just add can I have a default lambda equals delegate? Okay, I like what I'm seeing. Will that work? I mean, that kind of looks. I mean, the IDE is not telling me anything. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work. Keyword base is not available in this context. Oh, no. That will get called before. I'm thinking in C++ terms, but I'm assuming C# is similar. That's going to get called before the constructor gets called. And then base should exist. Okay. Let's ask AI. Let's see what AI recommends. I have this inside of a class called player stats. How can I get rid of the constructor and still have that function? It can be in a lambda attached to that event by default. Hongnan? By Hongnan? Try. All right, Grok, come on. Grok's really taking its time over here. Jesus, Grok, come on. What's Elon out there? He's Elon typing the function himself? Okay. Use a field initializer lambda, which I like. I like the way that sounds, but this doesn't solve your desire to avoid using a constructor. So apparently, I guess you can't is pretty much the long and short of it. What's wrong, baby? Well, let him come to me. All right. Come here. No, he wants to go with you. Bye, guy. No, not you. Him. So basically, I think AI is if you absolutely need the event to not expose it. So I guess there's no way to do it, right? No op default to avoid null check. Well, let me try this syntax, just for giggles. Just for giggles. I'm going to do it for giggles. I'm going to do it for the giggles. We're going to do it for the giggles. We're going to see if we giggle. We're going to see if it works. Yeah, keyword base is not available in the current context. That's interesting. Maybe it's because I would think that. Oh, you know what it probably is. So the order that this is how it is in C++. So I'm going to assume that C# is similar. But if I have, all right, I got to think about this. If I have class base, okay, I'm not going to type it in, but then I have class derived from base. When I construct a well, why does my monitor goes blank? Okay, when I do derived D, all right, we're just going to do equals new. What's going to happen under the scenes? I got to remember this. It's been a while. Okay. So when you have field initializers, so let's give ourselves a couple of field initializers. Do you know what field initializers are? Those are the variables which you can kind of define as like public int x equals 50. This here, if I remember correctly, this is called a field initializer, right? And now what you can have here, and then you can have them here as well. So public y, so that's a field initializer, and then we have derived. I'm just trying to make some stuff up. Y equals 200. Why would that not compile? This will not compile. That would compile. There's no reason that wouldn't compile. 200. And I make no guarantees that any of this will compile. Okay, so when I do this, what happens first is the field initializer of base will get called, right? So so the first thing that happens is base is like, it's not constructed, it's instantiated. A bit of a difference with with x equal 50. And then the second thing that happens is derive gets instantiated with y equals 100. Then after that, the base constructor gets called, and when you leave the constructor, it sets it to 75, and then the derived constructor gets called. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to set the lambda here, like right here essentially. So nothing technically has really been constructed. Maybe that's why you can't. Yeah, I guess I could see how that might be bad, because you would want to leave the constructor of base before you start actually modifying what's inside of base outside. If you want to modify what's in base outside of base, then you at least have to have base have been constructed. That makes sense. Okay. Did that make sense what I said? Hopefully it made sense. That at least would be but I feel like C++ gets around. I feel like I could do something similar to this in C++. Actually, I'm nearly certain I could. Do we want to test it? Let me know if we want to test my theory, if like we could do something like that. You tell me, guys. You tell me. I've been streaming for like almost 5 hours, so you tell me what you want to hear. I'm just gonna check some stuff. I'm gonna take a minute for me. All right, I'm gonna have a little me time. So just give me a second. I keep hearing conflicting things about like the situation in Bolivia. So like one person tells me that it's really bad, and then my cousin tells me, oh, it's not that bad. And then people on Facebook are like, it's bad, but it's not that bad. So I'm like, I don't know what to believe.
How quick did they go from peaceful?
All right. So I think now that I've figured this out, Well, we'll oh, say hi. Say hi, Internet. Hi, Internet. He's a good boy. All right. It sounded like I heard something hiccuping, but now I'm thinking it's the song. I'm not super thrilled about this. But the thing is we need a way. The whole point of adding game entity was so that we could treat in certain contexts we could treat player and NPC the same. Like obviously not in all contexts, right? But like in terms of shooting and when they take damage, or in terms of picking things up. That's where we really need to be able to kind of treat them interchangeably. Just doesn't feel like the best solution though. I don't understand why C# would do that. Like that's just weird. But I'm sure, but Anders Hillsberg, the creator of C#, I'm sure he has his reasons. Maybe it wasn't him that did it. All right, let's check this code in. So here, what did I do? All right, I just removed some debug code. Here, I had to do the frickin' yeah, I had to jump through hoops in order to. It's not good. I don't like it, but it'll work. But now I have to do the same thing in the base NPC class, right? Because we have the same event in the base NPC class. So all right, I'm pretty sure I got to change the song because I keep hearing something that sounds like a hiccup. And now I don't hear it, so I'm pretty sure it was the song all along. Okay, we're going to change the song. Okay, you want to get down? Go. Bye, guy. So basically, we want to do the same thing, right? We want to player stats. Yeah, we kind of want to we can basically copy that. Where's the on health changed? And it's going to be called base NPC. But this might create some other issues because we have a couple of things that derive from base NPC, and now suddenly we're adding a constructor. So this may not be as straightforward. Let's see. Okay, base NPC. I have got to take a leak, boys. I'm going to go do that. Let me change this because I'm going to lose my train of thought if I don't do it right now. I just got to do this. All right, fellas, give me a second. That is a lie. That's a lie. chat got quiet. What's going on? Why are you guys so quiet all of a sudden? Is it because you're in awe of my genius? I bet that's what it is. You guys are just like, whoa. Like, how could one person be so smart, so funny, and so good looking? Like, how is that even possible? I know you guys, and I understand if you're a little intimidated, you know, I get it. But, you know, you keep working hard, and one day you can achieve top male state of being. You can be the perfect man just like me one day. You got to work hard, but don't worry, you'll get there. You'll get there. Okay, let's the health bar we updated, the base NPC we added that hacky thing, and then player stats we moved some stuff around essentially. So okay, fixing callbacks in base/derived classes, or I should say events, not that. There's a slight difference between events and callbacks. Okay, we'll do that. What's the other thing I wanted to do? Oh, okay. So this all started. This all started from wanting to add the ability for items to basically have to items should know the game entity that is carrying them, because what I want to do is I want, like, if you look at the NPCs. Okay, there they go. So they're just shooting kind of from their body, right? It's like an arbitrary firing point. Whereas me, I have, like, as the player, I have to actually pick up a gun, and then with the gun, I can shoot it. What I want, I'm gonna get my revenge. So there's two things, right? Like, we want them to be able, like, if we shoot them, we want them to be able to attack back. I actually did think about that when I was running as well. That what we could do is maybe, I don't know. I was thinking maybe, okay, we can have them turn to the direction from which the gunshot came, which actually, that should be something they do anyway, even if they don't get hit by a bullet. If they hear a gunshot, they should be smart enough to know roughly what direction it came from, and they should be able to look. And then literally, if I shoot up in the sky, they should be able to turn towards me and look. I may not be close enough to them, but that's just a matter of, you know, extending how far out they're looking. Now I'm curious to see how far. Let me see. Let me get them right in front of them. So they still don't see me. Well, now they're not even looking at me. Come on, look over here. Oh, Jesus. That guy. Okay. Oh, shit. No, dude. I don't care what you say. I think adding fishing to the game is a great idea. All right, I think I'm gonna call it. There. I'm a little exhausted. I'm gonna go lay down for a little bit. I'm gonna work on this later. I want to get the interactions having a. I'm gonna get the interactions knowing what's holding, or the items. The items need to know what's holding them, and then after that, what we'll do is we'll actually give the NPCs actual guns, and then that way we can start having them do things like when they die, the gun falls on the ground, and then you can pick it up, that kind of thing. The gun does not necessarily have to die with them. So anyway, yeah, let me see. Is this code pushed? I think it is. My wife is almost done showering, so I'm gonna hop in the shower when she's done. And then also, I bought these cool cards because like when I travel and I do like check out my travel channel at Addy Goes Places. But when I travel, people they'll see me with the camera and they'll be like, "What's your channel name?" And then I have to struggle. Addy Goes Play. How do you spell that? ADDY blah 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 blah. But now I have a cool card. I can just be like, "Hey, take a card. You want to know my channel? Boom, take a card." So of course I leave next week for South Africa, St. Helena, Zambia. So then but then Bolivia, like so. Yeah, Bolivia's like getting bad apparently. Like prices in this, like everybody agrees that prices in the city for like things like chicken have gone up like 6 times what they were just like a few months ago. So it's pretty bad. Anyway, I'm gonna call it a day. I'm gonna go spend the rest of the day with my wife. Have a great afternoon. I might be back tomorrow, maybe for another long session. Who knows? Thanks for sticking around. It's been it's been a long stream. So thanks for sticking it out, and I'll see you guys hopefully tomorrow. But if not tomorrow, then definitely Monday night, 7 p.m. All right, guys. Bye. I said goodbye. Okay? Goodbye.